All right, good morning, everybody. We are back for day 3, the final day, dawn of the final day, as you saw on the intro screen of the Crescent City Cup 2022. We've got a great matchup for you to start the day between the currently top-ranked Austin Shin with a 12-4 record and the number 2 player in the standings, Dave Wiegand, at 11-5. The two players are seated and ready to start. My name is Will Anderson. My co-commentator, Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, will likely be joining us in just a few moments. But wow, what a matchup to start the day between these two amazing players. Austin Shin, a former UK and US national champion. Dave Wiegand, a 2-time former US champion. So let's see how this plays out. This is a really important game for Dave. He's a win behind Austin with 4 rounds to go. Vowel heavy rack for Dave to start. Seems pretty clear that Dave is going to exchange, and very, very quickly he moves to exchange instead of keeping EIST, which maybe that is an option here. He keeps the A, which duplicates a little bit better. And wow, look at that. You see his choice is paying off as Dave has Aerosat on his rack, ready to go down after Austin's next play. So Austin, on the other hand, with higher scoring letters, and Conrad's delayed by a massive hangover. No, I don't think it's that. I think it's actually more that Conrad is actually on site in New Orleans, and he has been broadcasting from his hotel room, and he is having to figure out what his accommodations will be to stream today. So for now, it'll be me flying solo, but I am very sure that we'll have Conrad joining us very soon. So Dave exchanges, draws into a 7-letter bingo, and Austin, correct me if I'm wrong, I wonder, anybody in the chat can, I think Dave, or we saw the bingo of Aerosat yesterday. I think it was Dave that played it too. So this is a possibility that Dave is going to play the same 7-letter bingo for the second time over the course of this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to check we'll have to check the tape. So Austin playing Decoy here. I was wondering maybe if he would play Fade instead, F-E-Y-E-D. I think that's probably a slight improvement. Fade would score 32 to Decoy's 30, and I feel like CO versus EF might also be a slight improvement. But Decoy is certainly a fine play. It's going to be met, however, with a bingo in response. Aerosat and Decoys, probably the likeliest response for Dave here. So, and look at that. Austin, not to be denied himself, he has drawn into Seafoam. So we are going to see some fireworks here. Dave starting out with Aerosat and correctly determining that this is his highest scoring placement, 71 points for him here, but Seafoam is going to come down nearly immediately for Austin once he sees that it plays in a number of places. The only thing left for Austin is to decide, does he want a few extra points for playing Seafoam alongside Aerosat, or is he going to play it underneath the D and E of Decoys for a significant decrease in score? I think it's clearly correct to take the extra points, 84 for Seafoam, paralleling Aerosat with AS and TE, and he has decided the same. 84. And it's being pointed out that Dave is potentially going to bingo right back, just fireworks to open this game between the two top seeds in the field, our two former national champions butting heads here. And no surprise, one of the reasons that these guys have the resumes that they do in Scrabble is that they are just pretty automatic at finding words like this. Yeah, Conrad, feel free to chip in if you're here. Happy to see what's up with you. So score right now, 114 to Austin.
Hey, y'all can let me know how bad the background noise is. We did the whole forget about hotel checkout being at 11. Will is smart not to show up.
Well, I mean, I've been saying all along that I regret not being on hand.
Well, I
But
am super glad I'm here in New Orleans, and if I shout loud enough, maybe they can hear me. No, just kidding. I'm a little ways away.
I think it's totally fine. So you shouldn't worry too much.
Sweet.
All right, there's Dave finally playing Arterial. It didn't take him terrifically long to play it. I'm pretty sure he was just looking through all the other letters, and now we've seen 3 bingos in a span of 4 turns to start this game. Um, that's we're definitely headed towards shootout territory here. And just looking at this board, Conrad, are you seeing the board
Yeah, I mean,
alignment?
this looks like what I would expect from these two playing in like a classic shootout.
Yeah, and it's gonna continue here because Austin is gonna play Yule parallel to Seafoam down at the lower right part of the board, making 2-letter overlaps for 60 points here.
And then Dave's gonna bingo right back.
And Dave is gonna bingo again. So this is
Amazing.
yeah.
You love to see it. I have a little insider knowledge. I was chatting with Dave briefly this morning before he headed over to the tournament room. I said, "Hey, Dave, do you think you're going to win the tournament today?" And he looks at me and kind of like cocks his head to the side a bit. It's like, "Yeah." And that was
Actually, is Dave gonna bingo here? I think I might have misread his rack, or maybe it got. There are bingos through the R, but I don't think they fit.
Oh, they don't fit. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So but either way, he's still going to score a ton. Yeah. None of those things actually fit.
Yeah.
Arden13 asks a great question. When you look at this, what are you looking for? Max points for yourself or preventing plays for the other person? That's an amazing question. I think the best way of thinking about approaching any turn in Scrabble is balancing all of those different factors. You're performing this balancing act and trying to come up with a decision where you're weighing all of the factors that you mentioned and then even more of those against one another, right? Like, so there are times, yesterday I mentioned it, isn't it so wonderful when your highest scoring play also achieves the exact strategic objective that you want? But
Exactly.
Usually that's not the case, right? Usually the case is you have a play that scores really well and leaves you really bad tiles, or you have a play that scores not as well and leaves you slightly better tiles for next turn, or you have a play that doesn't score very well or leave you good tiles, but achieves a very specific strategic objective, such as preventing plays for your opponent and that sort of thing. So it is a balancing act. And my advice is to be very flexible with what you decide to play.
Well, when we think about your advice, this is actually a pretty good situation, right? Dave's got a way he can score a bunch of points, but it kind of blows up his rack. Or he can score smaller, play a little more control, and go for a bingo next turn. So how would you apply it here? Say like HAE versus Laffy versus, I don't know. What do you think?
Or something. Yeah. So Conrad is alluding to the fact that you have this really open triple word score in the top middle of the board, where if Dave opts to play in that spot, he's going to score 35 to 40, mid 40s in that spot, or he can take a lower score but dramatically increase the odds that he will be able to use all 7 of his tiles on the next turn, which we call a bingo, getting you 50 extra points. So whenever you're sacrificing points like that, the reason you're doing that is for the promise of a future score that is significantly higher than the one you can get now. So with a board like this, you're just looking at the board and you say to yourself, where can I play words effectively, long words, 7 and 8 letter words? There's a huge S hook, for example, on the right side of the board, making as into ass. You can have that there. Yes, everybody giggle in the chat if you need to, but that's a good S hook. There's a bunch of open letters that are really good bingo tiles, those low point tiles that make so many longer words. So if ever you're going to sacrifice points, this would be a good choice to do it. But I think Dave is actually correct to take some extra points here.
It makes sense, and I think that this is kind of the play I thought might show up. Is it's, he could add his either for like, say, 5 more points, but longer term, maybe you want to keep that E for bingos more quickly, right?
Yeah. So yeah, Dave plays Lithe instead of Lathy, which is another option in that same spot. Austin immediately is going to dump his Q in that spot. The Q, a letter that many newer players are fond of because it's a 10-point face value. But for players at this level who are really, really good at finding 7 and 8-letter words, very, very few of those contain the Q, and the Q is also too heavily reliant on that U. There are very few other letters that are so reliant on another letter in the alphabet to be used properly. So the Q is really regarded as the worst tile in the game at this level of Scrabble, and it's an important lesson to internalize if you're newer to the game.
I agree. It's easy to say, ooh, 10 points, 10 points. But like, as your average score gets higher, for maybe when you're a newer player and you're averaging 10 points, well, hey, yeah, you play QI for 11 or whatever. Pretty cool. But all of a sudden, you start getting to intermediate tournament levels, you're averaging 20 plus points a game. All of a sudden, QI for 11 feels more like a kind of a letdown, right?
Good point.
For Dave, Maire seems pretty clear, I think.
Down to the lower
Amia, maybe, I don't know.
Down to that lower middle triple. Yeah, something like Mayor or Maria. Either of those options look totally good. So Dave spelled out Maria on his rack. The define bot should be up here now. Let's see. There we go. So define chat is exclamation point define in chat with a word that you're not sure of will bring up a definition for you. If you see, and you will, if you're new to Scrabble or more of a casual Scrabble player, you will definitely be seeing words played by these players that you've never seen or heard of before. So yeah, definition is a little weird. I don't think that is correct, but that's okay. A lot of the definitions are good. Oh, is Dave thinking of keeping his R here? He might play Amia instead of Maria, which is this is the exact type of situation that we were just describing, right? So Maria would score 31 points, parallel to Arterial going down to that red triple word score there. Amia, on the other hand, scores 7 fewer points, but you would keep that R on your rack, which the R is a really good tile to play bingos with. Instead, Dave is going to play Maria. I actually like his choice here to take those extra points.
Yeah, I think it's definitely the thing to do here. He ends up blocking the I that Austin needed, and in the process, giving Austin the I that he needed.
True, yeah. So Austin very likely to bingo here in response with that blank. The blank incredibly useful at this level as the players have studied hard. They know their 7 and 8-letter words in the dictionary. The blank is the best tile to help you deploy all of the rest of your letters, and you can see Austin finding that word overtoil, his best play here, and he's going to get a really good score of 74 points for that. So that's going to bring him up to 275 to 200 over Dave Wiegand, because I didn't add his chi points there. So now we're up to date on the scores.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for the few turns I've been here, it's just been kind of the difference of Austin going from a terrible rack to immediately drawing a blank and bingoing, and Dave having better racks but no bingos. And sometimes that's all it comes down to.
Yeah, timing so important in Scrabble. Sometimes the same 2 racks at a certain point can be incredibly powerful, and that at another point in the game could be incredibly weak. So a lot of Scrabble is timing. So but Dave is still very much in this game. He's going to score and cut this deficit a little bit. Austin does have the S, which again, that S hook hooks And when we say hook, we simply mean placing a letter at the end or front of a word that's already on the board to lengthen it. So you can see AS on that right side of the board with Aerosat and Seafoam. That can have an S go after it as well. So a big S hook. And Austin looks like he's getting ready on his next turn to play Givens with that hook on the right side.
Yeah. Dave could certainly use I suppose, an open S right now, yeah?
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not likely that Austin's going to give him one. But yeah, Dave would have a real bailout for this rack with an S out in open space of Uberties. No, not puberties, but Uberties.
Just Uberties. Not to be confused with Huberties.
Absolutely. Our Singaporean grandmaster friend. So, yeah, Dave Scott, he has some good bingo tiles here. And when we say that, we mean those low point tiles like the R, the E, the I, the T. These are the letters that appear most frequently in 7 and 8 letter words. So when you have those low point tiles, you're thinking to yourself, can I play a 7 or 8 letter word and get 50 bonus points for doing so? The problem for Dave is he also has a B and a U. Those are not nearly as good. So I'm positive that he will make a play using the B and the U and keeping a bunch of those other letters.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those cases where maybe you sacrifice a few more points to go for a bingo, because the different sets of tiles you could leave for next turn, there's a larger range between like EIRT, which is really good, and maybe keeping a 5th tile all of a sudden is just a little bit risky when you really need to bingo soon. So maybe you make a slight sacrifice here in the name of, better times soon in the future.
Yeah.
That sound right?
Yeah, it totally sounds right. Just looking at the board from Dave's perspective, you can see Overtoil has some nice letters in it. So the E, the R, the T of Overtoil are all kind of promising letters for Dave to potentially draw something big to, a bingo there. In Dave's shoes, he would really love to get that S and try to play something along the right hand side of the board too, but Austin's going to get there first. So it is a tricky situation just because he's not going to come up with a play that scores that well here. And he's losing by enough points that he really is going to need to, well, certainly after Austin's next play, Dave will be desperate to draw a bingo after whatever he plays here. Yeah. Is he going to play Butte?
Butte, I suppose. Yeah.
I mean, this is a play that he's going to make kind of grudgingly, not particularly happy about making a play like Butte. That would go down parallel to Aerosat, making EA the archaic 2-letter word. He could also play Tube in that same spot, one place down.
Yeah. So, something to be said, if there's a universe where playing it one space down, could make double doubles in the future through that O of decoys where you get to multiply your play by 4. Maybe that kind of like preserves it a little better because you have to like play something next to EE, but at the same time, there's also a risk that your opponent plays parallel to it. So maybe this is a way of keeping it more open.
Very good point. That O of decoys, Conrad pointing out, is a potential really heavy spot. It's obviously you have to draw a very, very specific bingo that plays through an O kind of in the middle of the word, but that's not impossible. And wow, okay, so Dave has drawn a bingo. I think he should be able to play something here, like Rosinier to the R of Overtoil.
Yep.
Or something else, somewhere else, I'm sure.
And one thing I wanted to note, while I think the next couple plays are going to be, I think, pretty quick, you might notice that as Will and I are talking throughout the day, we'll say a play, and then as we're talking, we'll kind of like change our mind, and that's kind of how Scrabble works. Much more like any other game where you're kind of evaluating things on the fly. You pick 2 or 3 things to consider. And then in the moment they may look good. Then you think a little bit more and you're like, oh, actually maybe not. So say, for example, I'm talking through Butte versus Tube. Tube looked kind of interesting for a sec. Maybe not. So that's kind of a thing that's cool about this game. And you'll even note that Austin was considering Givens for such a long time, then changed his mind and went for Coving, and that gives Dave an opportunity to capitalize his really good tiles there with Iron Ice for a lot more than he would have had Austin taken Givens.
Yeah, really interesting. I was pretty sure that Austin would play Givens there, but he took a more aggressive approach, holding the S himself and saying, I'm going to play Coving and leave myself an S for an even better play in that spot. But Dave beat him to the punch, and you can see now Dave is narrowly ahead by 3 points. And Austin, oddly, despite the fact that he has some pretty good scoring tiles here between the W and the P, not very good bingo tiles, he doesn't really have a great place to score with them, and he's not going to be able to retake the lead.
Yeah. I mean,
by that much. I mean, he'll retake the lead, but nowhere near enough to scare Dave here.
Yeah. So do you think that? I mean, my guess is what was going through Austin's head was, the two biggest scoring spots or the two biggest comeback spots for Dave are through that O into the S. Dave just played 4 letters, so the odds of him drawing a bingo play that uses all 7 tiles not so great. So maybe he's thinking, I'll play Coving now, keep a really good lead, and kind of go for the shutdown next turn. Maybe he draws a bingo to the ASS play, or just another big scoring play. I think maybe that's what he was going for, was kind of the looking multiple moves ahead of how could the board best work to his advantage. I'm guessing that's why he ended up changing his mind here. And it happened to not work out. It was a case where Dave did happen to have something really good in return.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, if you're Austin and you're looking at Dave spending a ton of time on his move and then play Butte, I would be a little scared that the letters he's leaving over are decent. I don't know. But then again, Dave did not have an S there. He picked one after his play, so that could be hindsight talking. Either way, Austin it feels like this is now a perfectly even game.
Yeah.
Austin's not going to be up by that much, and Dave will definitely have some good stuff on his next turn available to play with these nice scoring tiles that he has. So this is anybody's game all of a sudden. Austin had a nice lead. That's evaporated now.
Yeah. And so, Arden, basically noting your comment about not wanting to give the opponent the spot, I think, sort of the more time you spend in the game, it's less about trying to prevent something like that. We're looking at kind of average scores, but, for you, if you feel like getting 30 points is going to be really good, it's okay to go ahead and go for it. But again, as we chatted about before, it's really about trying to balance a bunch of different factors. How much you're going to score now, how much you're going to score later. And in the case of, something like Bake or Bank, basically, you may be sacrificing quite a bit for next turn to get something now.
Yeah, it's definitely a great discussion going on there, which is a classic thing that new players need to internalize about Scrabble, is that it really is best to think about your play as a combination of the word you're playing and a couple other things. The primary one being the letters you leave over after your play, right? So 2 plays that score the same amount of points, one of which leaves all consonants, the other which leaves a nice mixture of consonants and vowels. The one that has that nice mixture of tiles left over will have the edge. And we've actually been able to sort of numerically quantify that and try our best to assign values to letters that are left over. And that's one of the main ways that we currently evaluate the strength of our plays, the score that you get and the value of the letters that you leave over. The value of the letters that you leave over is reflected in how likely you are to score well on subsequent turns. So that balance is part of basically every play. And then that's when you start adding in that, well, maybe not then, maybe first and foremost is you also have to think beyond score and letters left over. What is the objective that I'm hoping to achieve with my play?
Wait, that one is still in the
I
dictionary,
think
right?
this one is still in there as a verb, meaning to like slap something. I thought this one.
I don't. Well,
Is it?
Dave would know. Yeah, it still is.
I think this one is still
Yeah.
in, yeah. But we'll see if Dave bats an eye at this. So not to get mired into that too much, but definitely some words that have been staples in Scrabble have left the dictionary in recent months. So I think this one is still there. And Austin's going to set up a spot to play Budgies, the parakeet.
Yeah. That would be pretty evil to Dave, right? If Austin was able to get Budgies down.
Very evil. Yeah, I saw that. I think Jello Mocha's called that out there as well. Very, very evil. So Austin goes up to 317 after that play. Dave is sitting on pretty good scoring tiles. I don't think he has a really good option to block it other than maybe something like Thank off of it near Chi. I mean, maybe that's the only way that he can block that. So
yeah, I mean, there's a universe, I suppose, where that happens, but
I think he's likelier to play Fanked through the E of Overtoil.
Yeah, that's what I was sort of. First, I was like, oh, he could play Fanked, and Doma. Doma is not a word.
Oh, right. Yes.
Like, oh, that's so convenient. No.
So yeah, I think Austin, you can see he has the word Budgies lined up, ready to go with EW and Soma parallel to his previous play. And Dave cannot have any inkling that Austin has that. All Dave has to do here is he's trying to maximize his own scoring and bingoing chances, as he should. Worth noting, there is a blank still to come. It's possible that Dave could pick that and be able to keep the game close even after Austin bingos. So it's not that Dave is out of it, and he might have the spider senses going to block Austin's play somehow. Yeah. So Antler Killer asks, why would you guys have the effort to learn the meaning of the words? Many of us do not put in that effort.
I do not. I have no idea what it means.
Yeah, so it's definitely... Oh, Budgies and Swap is available too. Yeah. So it's going to be basically impossible. Yeah, that's going to be tough for Dave to actually prevent Austin from bingoing here. Good point. So we will see. Yeah, Budgie means Budrigar. My mom has 2 Budrigar parakeets, and I 2 others before those, and I am big fans of the Budrigar parakeet. Very, very partial to them. So this is kind of weird, Conrad. Look at Dave's clock. I feel like this is a lot of game left, and he's had some difficult decisions for sure, but Dave is normally a pretty fast, decisive player. I think this is more of a testament to that. Some of his decisions here have been a little bit tricky, but then again, he's had a lot of bingos too. So this is unique for Dave to have his clock be this low at this phase of the game.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, this is the play to use a bunch of time. So he did save enough time such that he could burn 4 or 5 minutes here. And yeah, there are a lot of candidate plays you could really consider choosing from here. So obviously, we have 2020 foresight, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's also worth noting if he plays Fanked, the game is immediately over. I now see, Deldar, I now see what you're saying. Because it would open Budgies as a double-double for
this is an interesting one. So he plays Peak. I think his reasoning for this, he must one of the big reasons that he's done this, I'm sure, is he's looked into the unseen tiles and seen that there are no more A's to come, so he can't duplicate his A, and there were a bunch more E's to draw. So maybe using the E there was less of a an issue as it normally would be. You always want to keep that E if you can.
Yeah.
But Austin quickly bingos. Yeah, I'll get you guys the unseen pool from Dave's perspective in just a second.
Yeah, I mean, fading if there's 5 left would be pretty good for Dave. Give him a shot at least. But it looks like Austin has as seems to have been the kind of the theme the last day and a half. Just found the good tiles and immediately drew them.
Yeah, wow, quite the draw for Austin there. We've got the tracking from Dave's perspective. Oh, well, Dave quickly plays fading, so let me just update that one more time now from Austin's perspective. Stand by. So yeah, Austin does look like he's in pretty good shape. Here's what he's looking at from tracking. There's 10 tiles unseen to Austin. That means there's 3 tiles left in the bag, 7 of them on Dave's rack. Oh, wow. And you can see endowing would be playable through the eye of fading. So let me get the scores now. After fading, Dave is actually pretty close. So if Austin somehow doesn't block that eye, which there are many situations where he'll be tempted by playing elsewhere, Dave has a
I don't think he
bingo.
doesn't even have to. He doesn't even have to. He's got jaunt for 50 something, and he saves EX for a minimum 30 plus. Like he can pretty much, I think, short of if there's some ridiculous.
But again, there's only 3 tiles in the bag.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said there were 10 in the bag. Sorry,
10 tiles unseen.
10 unseen. Oh, then obviously I'm happy to eat my words after that.
Yeah, so this is actually, given that situation, so the 10 tiles that are unseen to Austin are DEEGNNOWOUWZ. So Austin has to worry a little bit about the Z, but probably if I'm in Austin's shoes right here, I'm not that worried about the Z because I have the X and the J. I should be able to counteract heavy scoring plays with those power tiles. What Austin should be concerned about is, can I outrun a bingo? And really that might sway him to play on the left side of the board and block the tiles of fading, which really are truly the only threat for Dave to bingo right now. So curious to see what Austin does here.
Yeah, and I think Austin does, have to consider, I mean, that does seem like the straightest forward play.
Yeah, Hex looks like a great choice for him here.
Yeah, because he also has to be careful, right? You have 2 power tiles, like the J and the Z on your rack at the end, and then, you don't want to get into a situation where Dave can, get 20 or 30 points off of your rack. But in this case, he has that ideal blocking play that also manages to use the X. So, not too much to think about here.
Yeah, bag is now empty. Austin has confidently, with 12 minutes and 39 seconds on his clock, correctly ascertained that the play that's called for him here is simply to play something blocking fading off, and he does so using up one of his 2 power tiles. Again, power tiles being those really high scoring letters, of which there are only 1 in the set. So we typically consider J, Q, X, Z to be those. This looks like a solid win for Austin here. So I don't think Dave has any opportunity to do anything creative because Austin does have the J and the Z. Sometimes those would be, difficult to use together, but because he has the blank on his rack as well, he should be able to deploy, if not both of those, at least one of the 2 for a lot of points somewhere on this board, I think. So we shall see what Dave does, but this is definitely Austin's game to win here.
Yeah. Now, do you know for round 18 pairings, are they pairing based on each round? No, it looks like they're already up.
I thought there was some idea that they were going to pause in some of the divisions, but maybe not. Maybe not this one. So
Dave and Austin would not be playing next round, which potentially means that Austin could outright win the tournament, probably without, I guess, depending upon what happens in Josh's game, without actually having to play someone who can still win.
True. So yeah, Dave's. I guess it's worth it from Dave's perspective to just consider: do I have some way of going out quickly and collecting some points from the Z or J? But unfortunately, the score of the game is too far out of reach. There really is no option that Dave has here. So no matter how much he thinks, it's the reality is that this will be Austin's game. Nicely played to both players, really.
I'm really just waiting for Dave to just spell out no on his rack. That's really what I'm.
As a message, yeah.
For.
Yeah, akin to Nigel Richards once playing SOS in a game for 3 points against I think Pacorn, who was bagging him very badly in that game.
Yeah, that was classic.
Yeah, sending out an SOS. So,
anyone who doesn't think Nigel's human, if you're out there, Nigel.
Yeah, that would be a treat to have Nigel giving Pogs and Keck W's in the chat. But yeah, I guess if I'm Dave, I'm probably playing Wound here or something like that. I'm not sure. From Austin's POV, there's a pretty cool play if he wants to score with his Z and play through the X on the board using his blank. Does anybody see a cool Collins-only 7-letter word through that XI?
When I first started playing in the more inclusive international lexicon of CSW, I once had an opening rack of EEIU TXZ. And I did not know the word. I played for 38.
Which I mean, normally that you'd be happy with that, but yeah,
that one I did go over, and
Interesting play by Dave here of nudge for 14.
I think he believes that maybe Own isn't going to get blocked, or there's another good spot for OWN next turn. Probably. Where's the other spot? I'm sure it exists. Dave rarely makes.
Another good spot. There's definitely a spot with Coving and Go, but that's not very good.
Yeah, I would assume there's another. There must be something we're not seeing, right? Dave always makes good endgame plays.
Well, one of the reasons that Dave always makes good endgame plays is he always has lots of time on his clock going into the endgame, which this is one of the few games I've seen for Dave not having that. So I don't know. I'm not sure. So let's see. So if Austin blocks that play of Own, that does look like his only out play. So lots of people pointing out the crazy play of Zoosite. I'm not even sure how you would say that. It's being pointed out. Let's see. It's probably a rock or a mineral or something like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Chat doesn't seem to realize that doesn't Zoosite block both
it does, yeah.
One and Own.
Well, it does. Well, it doesn't block Own off of Coving, so there will still be. You mean the good one?
The good ones, yeah.
Yes, it blocks the good ones for sure.
Yeah.
So it's not obvious that Austin will see that though. So it looks like, in fact, he plays Nays, getting rid of the Z. That's normally that would be pretty solid. But certainly what's called for here is something that blocks Dave's big outplay. But again, it's all water under the bridge. This is definitely Austin's win, no matter what. Dave does manage to cut that spread pretty effectively, though. So the final score looks like it's going to be 464 to Austin Shin against Dave Wiegand's 437. So that's a big win for Austin. He was already a game up against his closest competition, Dave Wiegand. Now he's going to be 2 games up with 3 games to go. So this was round 17. Conrad and I have been here on the call both Saturday and Sunday, 8 games apiece. We've got 4 games coming at you today. This was just the first of those 4. And Austin Shin moving up to 13-4. He is in good shape here. He probably only needs one or two, well, certainly two more wins would be likely to seal the deal, depending on how his competitors perform.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to look ahead. I was trying to look ahead at the pairings, but it definitely does seem. I would definitely encourage the directors to consider not pairing Austin with someone who is like 3 or 4 games out of first. But other than that, should be interesting. Beyond that, I don't think it's too late. Currently, Austin is slated to play David Whitley, who going into this game was 2.5 games behind. So possibly still a reasonable pairing. We'll see. Now, this is in no way me throwing any shade towards the directors. I've directed this event in the past and was put in a very similar situation where we just wanted to try to figure out the best way on the fly to, make sure the right people are playing each other. That's one of the things you're really balancing as an event organizer, right? Is you have 80 people who have plane flights to catch, or not 80, but like quite a few people who have plane flights to catch, and so you don't want to like keep things, you don't want to add too much extra time on the last day, but at the same time you also want to make sure that you have people playing. And it's being a director and organizer, it's a lot of work. You have to make even these on the fly decisions that are like not easy. So it's more a shout out in a positive way than anything to like what it takes. We do hear though that one of our directors, who is remote this year from nearby you, Will, says don't trust the internet right now when it comes to pairings. You should. Otherwise, I think, would Tim agree that it's okay to trust the internet otherwise?
Well, depending on where you're at on the internet, yes. So yeah, to Conrad's point, the amount of work required organizationally to get events like this set up is pretty immense. So we really do want to give a huge shout out to the entire Crescent City Cup organizing team, and actually to sort of recognize that Austin Shin doing this well, despite also being heavily involved in the administration and organizing of the tournament, is really very, very impressive. So Austin and his wife, Lindsay Shin, and Lindsay's mom, Lila Crotty, Kate Fukawa Connolly, and Tim Fukawa Connolly as well. And of course, our producer, Christian K, behind the scenes, all doing an incredible amount of work to get this event up and running. Yeah, it's been awesome. I've seen much more of it than I have in the past. Conrad alluded to the fact that he's actually been the director of this event in years past. For me, this was really the first year that I've been involved at all in the organization of the event. And these folks have done incredible work. This is the 10th annual event, dealing with COVID, dealing with, all sorts of other stuff. And really, really excited that this is the first year that we have had sponsorship for the event. So if you watched the broadcast yesterday and the day before, you already know this tournament is brought to you by Scrabble Go, the mobile Scrabble experience with a modern twist. Definitely a game that I am playing all the time. If you've seen the Scrabble Go page on Facebook, I'm making educational videos and all sorts of content for Scrabble Go, but also a new Scrabble product coming your way at playscrabble.com, a website which is a little bit more of a classic Scrabble experience, the mobile game being a more modern twist, as I said. So this site is in beta. If you are in the US or Canada, you will have access to the beta version of this site, still in its infancy, hasn't been out in the world that long. So definitely encourage anyone that's not given it a try yet to just go take a look, sign up for an account. You can play as a guest, take it for a spin, play a game or two. And that'll be really awesome to sort of support our sponsor in that way. So if you not sure, let's try this now during the downtime. I'm not sure if we'll see how this works, but we've been encouraging folks to just share on social media, whether they are at the event in person or just playing on the mobile app or the new website. We've been encouraging some social sharing, and I found a couple posts that I thought were particularly enjoyable that we can now highlight on the broadcast as we wait. So let's just see how it looks. So Judy Cole posted that she posted her Fitbit from New Orleans. Cheryl Kagan posting the trophy, a picture of the trophy from her division and a breakdown of her game so far. And Terry Kang posted that she played banjaxed. Pretty amazing play by Terry from the Collins division. We saw Terry compete against Dave Wiegand on the first day of the live stream. Yeah. So what have your impressions been from New Orleans, Conrad, as you are much closer to the action than me?
Yeah, I mean, I could just look over here a little bit, and I can probably see some of the players filtering out. This is always like I don't make plans on this weekend for the rest of time because it's just I already know I'm busy. Sorry, I got other stuff going on, and so it's a foregone conclusion that if any chance at all, I will absolutely be here. And as mentioned, I've been here every year that they've had the event in various capacities, but I think that honestly, the biggest reason I think to come to the city, if you're coming for this event or otherwise, is the food culture here is it's second to none in the States. It's just, you name it, the food that you want exists here, and it's probably really, really, really good. So
yeah, incredible destination event for that reason. I always love sort of exploring the jazz area and just taking a walk down there. The architecture of the city is beautiful. You've got, water, the city's surrounded by beautiful waterways. It is a great experience. I think I've been to either 2 or 3 Crescent City Cups before. It's not a tournament that I've won, although, as we alluded to on one of the previous days, I did travel to New Orleans for the 2017 National Scrabble Championship, which I was fortunate enough to win. So very, very fond memories in my heart of Scrabble in New Orleans. So it really is awesome. Another thing I want to shout out is that there have been a number of players competing in this year's event who are entirely new to Scrabble across all the divisions. And it is so amazing to see our efforts in the kind of Scrabble, the online Scrabble arena, start to bear fruit as more players start to sort of get access to our world through Twitch and YouTube and other of these platforms. And it warms my heart to see it. So kudos to everybody competing. I know there's lots of folks in the NWL division who are doing awesome in their first ever tournament, and some folks in Collins too. So it's been really, really cool to see.
And Will, I was thinking, I went out to dinner with my first in-person Scrabble friend, Ed De Guzman. We both played our first tournament in 2004 on the same weekend. And I was thinking back, we co-run the California Open in San Francisco in November. So plug my birthday weekend, or it's November 11th, 13th. Come join us in San Francisco. But that aside, I think that was the first live streamed tournament ever. I think someone can call me out on that. It was something like 10 years ago. We've been streaming it probably for a decade now, and just to see how the quality has come along. We were on GoToMeeting using makeshift webcams and laptops angled at weird angles, and responding to people in the Citrix chat UI, and look at where we are now. Isn't this so cool?
It's amazing to see. And, again, just to emphasize, a big portion of that sponsorship money being provided by Scrabble Go, PlayScrabble.com, has gone into the streaming equipment. So what you're seeing now in a major way is being bolstered by that. But really, I do have to give continued huge props to our producer, Christian, for the look and feel of the stream. We really do owe that to him here. So
Yeah.
don't give me or Conrad too much credit for that, because it really is him behind the scenes. So
And
yeah.
so, Will, as a big time streamer yourself, or getting towards a big time streamer yourself, tell chat a little bit about like what is the setup like? Like what is, say, the room that you're in? What does it take for someone to themselves get on and just go, stream themselves playing Scrabble, say?
Yeah, so for me, it's definitely different now, as I'm not really operating my broadcasting software. That's all Christian. So for me, I just sort of am on the call with you, and we're watching the games as they're played, and we get the fun job, which is to look and talk about Scrabble at the highest level, played by some of the best players in the world. So this is relatively easy. Ooh, we have to mods. Very good. Okay. Thank you for that. I should be in mod mode myself. But so basically, all you really need to get started streaming is there's a bunch of pretty easy options now on the market. It's really not that daunting. You just have to get some broadcasting software and add your screen in as a screen capture, add a webcam, and just go live and start getting your feet wet. It's definitely something that when we look at other games like chess and Magic and poker, there are very, very thriving ecosystems of players streaming on Twitch and even making content for YouTube. And that's something that I'm really hopeful that by the end of 2022, the Scrabble ecosystem online, in terms of what events we have to play, what streamers we have to watch, what content we have to consume, will be completely different than it's ever been before. So certainly that's my goal heading into this year. We're in the middle of January, and already we have an amazing live stream that I think this is going to set a new standard for what we're looking for covering over the board Scrabble action in terms of graphical polish and picture clarity, all that sort of stuff. And we hope you guys are liking the commentary too.
And motion graphics. That is the biggest thing. Like, I'm a designer, I can make something look pretty, but man, the spinning C and the transitions, it is chef's kiss. It's just fantastic. I love it. I'm so happy.
It really is awesome. So it's and more of the same is definitely coming. That was all Christian Muffin with Tentacles. So they're very, very talented. 14 Domino asks, did you make partner? I think I'm going to find out the answer to that at some point within the next couple of days. I applied for Twitch partner, having hit the metrics for the first time ever. Huge shout out to the Babel Royale community for really sort of driving that growth on my channel. And we can talk about that too a little bit while we wait for the pairings. I might get rejected, but just the fact that I can even apply anytime I want in the future is an incredible step for me. And I really, really hope that if I do get the Twitch partner designation, that I won't be I surely will not be the last. I want many of us to reach that milestone, and for our community to prove that there is an audience for Scrabble. There's millions of people playing Scrabble out there that don't even really know that you can watch Scrabble in this way, that there are players who are playing the game at this level. And I think the more of those people that we can drive awareness of and start to, get that reaction that you see all the time, which is, oh my God, I didn't even know that you could watch Scrabble like this. This is awesome. Yeah. I want that reaction to become a thing of the past. I want people to know that there is Scrabble here to watch, content coming all the time, and just a really vibrant community of people who love this game. And I think there's never been a better moment, right? We have all the technology now. It's very, democratic. Anybody can hop on and stream. And now you have games like Wordle that are taking the world by storm and showing that there is something about word games that literally everyone loves, right? It's universal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always like a good reminder. Word games always become in vogue every now and then, so it's good to capitalize. Um,
Yeah, now's
I
the
think it's going to
time.
be an exciting. Yeah, it's going to be an exciting year or two, just to start. Not even looking beyond there for now, right?
Yeah, I mean, there we can have a much longer time horizon and realize that even games like chess that have had incredible growth on Twitch, it took them quite a number of years to build the foundation to really take off to the moon as they have. So we have time, I think, given that Scrabble is kind of this timeless game, but at the same time, we also like we don't have any more time to waste, right? It's been years that we should have been building a lot of this infrastructure already. So I feel simultaneously patience and also impatience to get all of this stuff built and up and running. So
Yeah, that's definitely it. It's that like trying to balance the impatience with the patience, right?
yeah, so I mean, yeah, it's hard to say which approach is the healthiest. Rome wasn't built in a day, but at the same time, we have had decades here, and now I
Yeah.
think is that moment where word games are in the public consciousness, and we need to capitalize on this beauty of finding order from chaos. Right, that's kind of the general feel of what are you doing when you're unscrambling a word. You have all this jumbled stuff, and then that eureka moment hits you when you see that there is something within that chaos. That feeling is amazing for all word games, and that basic truth, I think, will carry us forward. So
Yeah.
yeah, Sophocles over here. Yes, thank you, Scott, for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think the next game is probably still, at this point in tournaments, there's often delays as the pairings need to be examined very closely to make sure that all of the matchups are giving everybody an equitable chance to win.
Yeah.
So we can take a look at the standings, though, and just see how things are going in our division at large. So you can see we just saw Austin Shin competing against Dave Wiegand and winning his game to move 2 games up. But it looks like the two of them are still pretty closely packed together at the top. So we're going to very, very likely see Dave and Austin more times, as it looks like Dave has the best chance of beating Austin right now. But you can't discount that Josh Castellano is in the mix too. And oddly, we have not seen Josh play on the stream yet. So this could be a really good opportunity in the next game for Josh Castellano to continue his run up the leaderboard and take on the current, #1 seed, Austin Shin.
Yeah. Also worth noting, Koenig does have an outside chance, but a path to victory as well, should Austin not win another game. I think honestly, because of the point spread, you're pretty close to nearly the same odds as Josh, right? Because Josh's point spread is so far behind both Dave Wiegand and Austin. I think there are 4 players who do still have an outside shot. Well, sorry, 3 other players who have the outside shot to catch Austin.
And it's cool. We've seen almost everybody else competing at some point or other, but somehow we have avoided Josh on stream. So there's a couple people suggesting that maybe we should feature him, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to do that.
Are there any Blitz variants of Scrabble? Arden, let me tell you, I come from the Blitz Scrabble world. When I first started playing Scrabble competitively, I had played about 25,000 games of Blitz Scrabble with the 3-minute timer. I live near Dave Wiegand. We play about 5 to 10 Blitz games a week, and I am really hoping in the future that we might be able to do exactly what you're saying, which is an online speed game between you and me. And I won't out you today, Will, for what you owe me, but beyond that,
I
look forward to that.
fully expect it. Every time we go live, I expect to hear that I owe you a massive Blitz match. Which at some point we will do. So,
but it would be cool if in between games you and I could just play a couple Blitz games.
It's
And
a great
just for
suggestion.
fun,
Yeah.
I would love it.
Yeah, I don't think we're equipped to provide that now, but it's definitely a great suggestion to, I think in general, we have this idea that there are a lot of things that we would do to fill this downtime that don't make as much sense during this particular year, right? Like we could easily have people going into the playing room and doing interviews with the players and stuff like that. But as we see, our next game is about to start. So Josh Castellano sitting down. He'll be going first against Austin Shin. These are starting to be must-win games for anybody facing Austin. Someone has to slow him down if they're going to capture the lead from him. Every subsequent win for Austin Shin is going to be every little bit closer to him repeating as champion. He was the winner in 2020 of the last live Crescent City Cup, and he is poised. He is right on the brink to do the same.
And one thing I do want to call out, Will, before we get started, because these two players are such a good example of it, is, so much of what we're doing is like, volunteer work. So if you do think this is cool, you do want to be a part of this. I've worked with Josh on the left side countless hours during COVID on some side projects. Austin has done so much. Let us know if you want to get involved, if you want to volunteer for streaming, any of this stuff. We're happy to chat. We're happy to help fold you into the future, of where we're headed. So I realize we haven't plugged even just coming to help volunteer like this entire weekend.
Yeah,
so if you're interested, please reach out to us. We spend a lot of time, a lot of our precious free time, and Will, even your full-time job, working on this stuff. But anyway, let's jump to the actual game. Really a must-win for Josh, who's going first. We see a Z out there pretty quickly. It doesn't look like too much good stuff to go with it. Probably go for a 30-point play.
I don't think he can reach the double letter score with that Z here, which is always so tantalizing to start off with that Z. If you can find a 5-letter word that either starts with a Z or places the Z on one of the two double letter scores, you can get 50 points to start the game. I don't think Josh will be able to do that. But yeah, definitely want to call out Josh Castellano's flowing locks, his beautiful mane. It's gone. I can't believe this. I mean, I know yesterday I was so proud to announce that I got a haircut, but my hair before I got my haircut looked terrible, whereas Josh had this beautiful mane that seems to be gone now. So RIP to that.
What's so funny is because we have all these new players here this weekend, and they've been hanging out with the Joshes quite a bit. Axer Typo being the other Josh. There have been multiple times. Obviously, I'm close with Josh Castellano. We have inside jokes and everything, and I would say something to him, and then I would just do a double take. I'm like, wait, did I just tell some random person that I don't know something ridiculous? I'm like, oh wait, no, Josh just got his haircut.
Yeah, that's jarring. That's jarring.
Yeah, it's really, really, really funny.
All right, tease is the play, archaic spelling of a normal word. That looks pretty good to me. AY is not the best possible leave to set yourself up to play a bingo, but I think tease for 30 starts out the game pretty accurately for Josh there. I don't think he had a better option. So Austin, on the other hand, consonant overload. He's happy to see those two S's. But other than that, he's going to try to dump as many consonants as possible. I guess he can play Favel or Flava here.
Favel would be interesting because it lends itself to all sorts of interesting hook words, like ways you could make the word longer that get into even more interesting things, like what if Favel shows up? We may see that here. If you hook an A versus hooking an L, all sorts of weird stuff could happen. So
what are your thoughts on playing an extra S here?
I keep the S. I know sometimes I'm in the minority here, but I don't like giving my opponent that kind of extra information for just 2 points.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you here. So basically what we're talking about is normally an S is the best letter in the game outside of the blank. But having 2 of them on your rack is not this additive property. Just because an S is really good, it doesn't make two S's twice as good. It actually means that every S after the first dramatically decreases in value. So basically, the choice is, should Austin play his second S here? And it turns out he does not. And the reason you wouldn't play the second S, even though technically there are many reasons why you would, is that your opponent can learn so much about your rack from the fact that you're playing off an S when you don't need to. They know when you play an S for only one more point than you would have gotten normally, they know you have another one. You would not do that unless you had a second S available. They're too valuable to use that way. So giving your opponent that information will help them play very differently, much more defensively than if you do what Austin did here, which is, even though he kept two S's on his rack, he doesn't give Josh any more information about what he's likely to hold. So hopefully that makes sense. But either way, Josh is sitting on a nice rack here. He will be bingoing almost. I mean, yeah, he will be. So.
He will. He'll definitely bingo, but it won't be for, I think, as much or in, shaping the board in a way that you'd really like. Right?
You know what? This is actually an incredible example. There are two bingos available here. Ugary for 66. On top of the E of T's, you would play YE, and aureity underneath the E or on top of the E. But the key is that aureity does not take an S, right? It ends in ITY, and Ugary does take an S. So you see how Austin's choice is manifesting itself now. If Austin had played Flavas, Josh would play aureity in a heartbeat because it doesn't take an S hook. But because Josh has no extra information about what Austin is holding, he may go for the extra points with Ugary, and that's going to cost him a lot of points on the scoreboard here. So it's really interesting, actually. So aureity gives big playback spots, but actually, if you play aureity on top of the E of T's, it gives very little playback, right? Like the the only big tile that you can put underneath an I is an F, and one of those is already on the board. If you were to play aureity under the E of T's, that gives you big playback. There are a lot of tiles that go on top of an I for a huge score. You could see the Q, a QUA play, a QUO play, the X, the H, the K. So so anyway, let me give the score here.
Looks like Austin was actually holding the play for a bit, but it appears the fact that they are both writing stuff down, I'm guessing Josh is now going to draw tiles. Obviously Austin's going to be able to score perfectly well here. 14 Domino noting YODH could even play. Well, he adds the S. Don't think I would add the S here, but that's kind of interesting. A really good scoring play that doesn't even use an S for that hook and kind of saves it for next turn.
That's great copy pasta by Jello Mochas. I referred to that before when we were talking about broadcasters, Conrad. Jello Mochas with the commentary from Tom Brenneman, the former Reds broadcaster, but he's copy pasted it for me. That's actually hilarious. I love that. Well played. That's a really kind of cool application of this opponent information idea. It's such a difficult skill. I feel like in the pantheon of Scrabble skills to learn, you have to learn to obviously learn the short words, learn some basic concepts like valuing the letters left over for next turn. Then you start to move into board control. And then finally, using your opponent's play as a clue to what other letters they're holding and adjusting your play in response. I feel like that is maybe the most advanced. I don't know. Is that a wrong order, would you say? Or maybe board control is at the top of the list.
Yeah. Sorry, I was focused on chat for a bit, so I'm not giving you the answer that you wanted.
Oh, no worries, no worries. It's totally fine. Um, so let's see. Austin playing Yode. Very nice. Scoring 42. So this is another situation where he's keeping his S's. So let's see.
Yeah.
Austin moving up to 63. And Josh has drawn an S of his own with a bunch of consonants to go with it. So, yeah, I think, though, that Josh is going to be able to play something like sext underneath if he wants it for 57 points.
Yeah, that's those are some points. Too bad there's no Orn. Orn would be nice.
Oh, right, yeah. That would be ideal. So, yeah, actually, there's also vexed underneath T's, too, if you want to take that.
Yeah.
It's 41. It leaves an S. The S is kind of valuable here just because now there are a couple places where the S would really hit quite hard. You could pluralize Yod with a play up to the upper right-hand corner, a 6-letter word ending in S. That would be a really heavy scoring play, depending on what you use. And obviously, Ugaris.
Now, here's one for you, Will. Have you ever played in a game of Scrabble such that, I mean, it may not be the best play, but CASSIS for Austin next turn? Arguably the best play. Have you ever seen that before? Will you ever see that again?
I've seen it in Boggle. I've seen it in Boggle.
That's fair.
Yeah, I have not seen it. I have not seen it in Scrabble. I have to admit that would be pulling one from deep out of the probability range. And when we talk about probability in Scrabble, we just mean the letters in Scrabble are arranged in a certain way. There's 12 E's, there's 6 R's and T's and N's. And basically using that information about what letters are in the Scrabble set, you can determine which words are the likeliest to actually show up in a game. So when you hear us talk about probability, we just mean there are some words that, based on the tile distribution in Scrabble, are really, really, really unlikely. And Cassis, as a 6-letter word, would have been exactly such a word. The good spot for it was just taken off the board, but there is still merit to potentially playing Cassis from the upper right corner down to Yodes, right? Like, that's not a crazy idea here for Austin.
Yeah. I mean, it would be pretty funny. For those of us non-teetotalers, we all know what the word means. But it would be pretty cool. It would be a pretty cool play to see.
Yeah, I don't think it's best just because it doesn't score quite enough points to burn all of your ammunition. You could easily just play something like Voss off of the V of Flava and score 25 points, leaving cysts on your rack. I think that probably makes more sense. It's not that many fewer points, and you just keep much better chances of continuing to score well with your S on future turns. So it gives away, right? Cassis, completely depleting all of your S's would give your opponent information that you had 3 S's. Exactly.
It gives them the information that you have the 5th S, because Josh.
You wouldn't do that otherwise. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Why would you do that otherwise?
Yeah, totally. So yeah, it's a tricky situation. You could play Vast, maybe. Maybe Vast is. No, Vast isn't helpful because if your opponent sees you play Vast, they're going to say, well, why didn't you just play Vat, right? Like they're going to know you have more S's. So maybe Vasts, it's hard to say. This is a tricky one.
One of the things that'll be interesting, though, I think, about this game is, we already see ZX blank out. All of the S's are already accounted for.
Yeah.
It's possible that we may just see most of the power tiles blown through really quickly, and that could really make for an interesting game. It's also possible that Josh will just be too far ahead, given that he's got a shot at bingoing again next turn. But we'll see. Those are always interesting when all the power tiles get played really early, and it's really just like kind of a slog to play what we would maybe call like the clunkers, the weird stuff.
Yeah, so all the good stuff is hitting the board early, and we're gonna see some of that clunk coming out. I mean, what are we thinking literally about? So Austin thinking about cuss and teases there. I'm just wondering if like, is there any merit to just plopping your S down with teases for 17 points and us and keeping ACISST? You're gonna bingo a fair amount with that. It scores 17 points. You preserve pretty good chances of, I don't know. I mean, just plop your S down. That could be.
Yeah, how much does it hit? I mean, the thing, yeah, you maybe just plop down the S, then maybe you get a big play in reserve on the O column next turn.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tricky. So
yeah, set up the USA hook.
Nice.
Team USA. Where are the glasses, Will? Can you get the glasses maybe?
I mean, the glasses are always here. But yeah, just plopping the S down, you do hit a bunch of the vowels, right? Casitas, Assites, and Scotias, Casuist. Yeah. So you're hitting every vowel but I, and I'm sure you're hitting a ton of other stuff. So that's intriguing. Of course, we're talking about your play giving your opponent information. Plopping an S down by itself for 17 points gives your opponent the most possible information of, at least in general, you're telling your opponent, my rack is really strong and has at least one, maybe two S's in it, and you should be on guard against that. So anyway, it looks like cuss will be the play here for Austin, which, I understand it. I guess the worry here, though, is that now you don't really have a great way to play an S 7-letter bingo where the S is the final letter, right? You might get that, but there's no obvious spot to play something ending in S.
Yeah, so, and here's a situation where, Josh is thinking that play is pretty sus, and that like, all right, he's got the other S for sure.
He did have the Galaxy Brain block of anterior, though.
Yeah, he did block anterior in the process. No bingo now for Josh. But as we noted earlier, Josh now will be on red alert.
Full red alert,
Yeah. Though it looks like there's a pretty nice little drop of VORS right there, I'm guessing, making and Zoe.
Yep, totally. That looks great. So Josh's issue, he's got the two R's on the rack. You got to use one of the two, and that is just what the doctor ordered, scoring 26 points, leaving a really strong bingo leave. EINRT, great low point bingo tiles that harmonize very well together. So Josh's chances of bingoing on his next turn are quite good, even though the board's not great for it. I still feel like his chances are decent of getting a bingo here.
Yeah. I guess that is the thing, is he didn't really address the hooks, and as Jello points out, Cuss taking a back hook.
Oh, yes. Tricky one.
Yeah, but I think as it turns out, I'm guessing Kuya is probably going to come down making Ka very quickly.
And there, you're right.
The same like middle S in the middle of the word. Ooh, the Q picked up by Josh.
Wow, tough Q draw.
Yeah, at least, again, he'll be able to dump QI. I guess, this is a situation where if he can avoid a bingo coming down from Austin imminently, which we are about to find out whether or not that'll happen, QI over on the left does play some pretty good short-term, board control, and what Austin will be able to do with opening that top side of the board. QI and if.
Yeah, also being called out though. If you're Josh and you're up, you could just abandon your quest for bingoing and score Trank for 48 points through the A. I mean, that's with the score being what it is, Josh doesn't have to bingo, so that's definitely an option. I think it's defensible either pathway, but I think Trank is probably what I'd favor. So
yeah, I'd probably favor Trank as well. Again, all of my comments come with the moves not vetted by not having access to the remaining tiles, since I'm not tracking things on my own here.
For sure.
But in sort of this sort of vacuum that we are in our analysis, I think it's okay to go ahead and block that left side of the board with Trank. And
Yeah, it is a good point, though, that after cuss, it is a little worrisome that your opponent has an S to hook onto Tranks.
Yeah.
But then again, that S would be the fourth and final S. So are you really that upset when your opponent plays the case S to do something down to the triple when you're up by 110, right? Like that, that's not that alarming. Oh, okay, so we'll see Chi anyway. I don't think this is like a devastating mistake or anything like that, especially if Josh draws a bingo and pulls away as a result of this play. But let's just see how the game unfolds. This is definitely a sort of play that could become an inflection point if Josh doesn't draw very well after this and Austin comes back in the game.
Yeah. Also worth noting, QI quite possibly a better play for Josh here, solely because his point spread in the tournament is much lower than the people he's trying to catch up to. Trank, leaves him with fewer points, smaller future. This way, he's going scoring points, saving well, better shot at maybe getting to play anterior again, or perhaps this time interior. In this case, Josh may want to play for a bigger win, in which case this is much more of a defensible play, despite it not actually being defensive.
Yeah, makes sense. But definitely it's been noted. It's been noted, though, that Josh is seemingly determined to play the word anterior at some point.
I think he'll play interior.
He will play interior. Yeah, he will play interior this time. But some version of that word he seems pretty dead set on eventually playing. So the question here is, I feel like Austin, even though you don't want to give up that last S, I feel like he has to cash it here.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
You're down by too many points, and you're down by a lot of points. You're putting some good letters out in space, especially that R. If you play something like Trigos, he could even, I don't think I favor this, but if you want to put the G out on the upper right corner, so maybe you hit an ing word, you could play griots for 3 fewer. I would still play Trigos. I think that's clearly better.
Agreed.
So I think he has to do that at this score. He's down by too much. You can't just fish off letters going for a bingo for only, less than 10 points or whatever you might do here. Or I don't know, what would be the fish? Like git and gif, as we discussed yesterday, the pronunciation of that. But yeah, I think Austin has to part with that final S, even if it hurts here.
Yeah. And I think one of the things that, we're kind of speaking over without maybe being super blunt about it is, S is a great tile. It's still even great for making, any sort of 7 or 8 letter word, but its value is much higher when you can say play a 7-letter word ending in S, right? A lot of its value comes from the fact that English words are pluralized more often than not with an S. But on this board, there's no way to really end a 7-letter word with an S, and there's not really going to be anytime soon. Starting with an S, sure, with Kuya is perfectly good, but the S is just, it's not going to have as much value on this board, so he can be more willing to part with it, given that he's going to have to bingo again pretty soon anyway.
Interesting. I did not see that as an option. I don't love that choice for Austin here.
No, it's that's a pretty, in my opinion, pretty sizable. And it didn't even seem like he had Trigos spelled out at all. So he may not have seen it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's just, it doesn't score very much. You're not keeping that strong of a leave, and you part with your R, which is one of the better bingo tiles that you had on your rack. So that just feels like a difficult situation. Maybe, I don't know. I feel like it was maybe not so difficult and clear to play Trigos there for so many more points. But look at that. So, he does have a bingo.
But again, if you're in Josh's position, you see Austin play Spoutier in a sec here. Like, I don't know, I'm thrilled. That's a low-scoring bingo.
Yeah.
It's slotting a vowel in that triple lane that I can use if I want to score points back, taking out a bunch of like real estate on the board. Kind of like
Yeah. A
if you're gonna get
62-point
bingoed on.
bingo.
Yeah.
Yeah. A 62-point bingo that closes the board quite effectively is
Exactly.
with all the S's gone, right? Like this is there are worse things that could happen to you if you're Josh here, and there is the second blank on Josh Castellano's on his rack. So Austin Shin may have to wait just a little bit longer if he wants to repeat as champion, but we'll have to see how the rest of the game plays out. There's still a lot of game left. Austin sees Spout here, you can see. Arden asks, is drawing from a bag held above your head a tournament thing? Yes, it's definitely specifically a tournament rule that you have to have your eyes averted from the aperture of the bag. However you draw, holding it above the head, turning your head to the side, something where your opponent has no concerns about whether you're looking in there or not. Yeah. So Spoutier is the play for Austin. He is still down. He's going to be down by, well, actually, does Josh have a play to the triple? Doesn't look like a great one.
No, I mean, yeah, you'd have to probably burn the blank, but it's possible.
Yeah,
you wouldn't do here, but this, I don't know, is it crazy enough to do something like Gov?
I mean,
that it neutralizes all of those triples for the rest of the game.
It's not crazy. Yeah, it's
crazy.
It is a little crazy, I guess. Yeah. It's off the beaten path. I think exchanging is just fine. I guess. I just don't love playing very much through the U. You can't play. If I was going to play anything, it would be Gov for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'll preface my comment by saying I will be the first person to say that I'm like one of my weaknesses, and feel free to exploit it against me, everyone, because I'll still be in a good shape in this position. But I'm not really good at playing with like a lead of like over a bingo. Like to me, Gov seems like obvious, but I also recognize that like, or maybe Fung or something. I also recognize that like this is not a situation that I'm very good at. So I'm interested to see what happens here, because I know what I would do here, and I do really want to see how this plays out essentially.
Yeah, I mean, the reason for exchanging now, if you're Josh, obviously, is that you can immediately get out of this consonant-heavy situation where the risk of a play like Gov, of course, is what if you draw two more consonants, right? What if you continue to make plays like that for 2 or 3 more turns and you continue to get those nasty draws? Whereas if you exchange 5 right now, the odds of you drawing 5 more consonants and being mired like this, and look at that, the ESP from you to Josh. He plays Gov, which I mean, I totally get the logic of it. Let's just see if he draws some vowels, and if he does, he's going to be just fine. But I would be concerned again of if Josh Castellano gets a 2 vowel draw. Well, even a U is not great, right? Like that's not a wonderful draw for him, but it's probably enough. That U is probably enough to save him.
Yeah. So I can pretty much tell you what Josh was thinking. Deldar, you'll note that I intentionally prefaced my comment by saying this is the exact situation that I'm not that good at. So
and I'm just to clarify, I would have exchanged there for sure. Just to clarify.
And that's, I mean, honestly, like that play alone was worth streaming these 4 games just to have this conversation. Honestly,
true.
I won't lie.
That's a weird choice though by Austin though, playing up there. What's his thought process there? I guess not wanting to mess with the lower part of the board at all, because like there were ways for him to do much better with his leave on the lower part of the board with like Moho or Homo or something on top of interior. I guess maybe he didn't want to compromise his ability to open that part of the board more effectively later. I don't know. I'm not sure about that play, but still, almost nothing for Austin is going to be that enticing here. So, yeah. Anyway, is the play for Austin. He cuts the deficit to 70, and punt coming down for Josh up high to deal with that new spot. That looks pretty good, I think. Liking that choice for him there. I don't know. Other options for Josh Castellano in this situation were much more open. Something like enough from the E of interior is not something he would ever play at this score to put a letter out in space. So punt makes a lot of sense to grab some points and open literally nothing useful back to Austin. So I like his choice there.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to me. And Josh is really just looking for a chance to play over to the right and block kind of the remaining lanes. He looks like he's drawn some bingos, but I don't know that they're going to play.
Yeah, this is the situation where if you're Josh, you're sitting and hoping that Austin's game score necessitates him opening the board with some play that puts a letter out in space. Austin is down by 90, so he has a lot of incentive to make some kind of an opening. I'm not sure what that opening could possibly be that will allow Josh to actually bingo with this rack. Josh may have to wait, but obviously Josh is still right on the cusp of landing that knockout blow in this game that's going to deliver him the win. So
yeah. So Marlon notes in the chat, punt to top interior. That's actually what I was expecting too. I don't know what the remaining tiles are again, so I don't know what was left, which obviously could have some effect of whether or not you want to block that really huge lane at the top, or the more likely lane to hit bingos down on the bottom right. I don't know. I like the idea of neutralizing the lanes, opening up yourself a pretty decent scoring spot for next turn. Hooking, punt.
Again,
I don't know what's in the pool.
I can start getting the tracking going here. So from Austin's POV, the unseen tiles to him will be as follows. Should be coming shortly. The suggestion of maybe Vif on the Gov play, I guess that could be nice. It scores a few points, gets rid of your two weaker tiles. That's a cool option. But in this situation for Austin, I don't know. This is tough. It's hard to generate a play that has winning chances here.
Yeah. Admittedly, I just want to talk about the Gov play more. Will, maybe you could. We've actually gotten this question a couple times today. How Nigel is doing? I know that you have had at least a little bit of contact with him. Can you confirm that he is doing just fine as of your last communications?
He's doing fine. Yeah, I mean, he's doing as well as anyone could be expected. I'm sure he's actually holding up better just because maybe some of us that are desperate to go out there and do social stuff. I don't know. I think Nigel's probably fine just doing what he already normally does, but he seems to be doing all right. I mean, mostly I have had some discussions with him through Michael Tang, so Michael would be the better person to ask even than me. But hoping the world gets a little further back to normal, and I have every expectation we will see more of Nigel in the future.
So here is certainly Alu kind of forcing the board open a little bit. Looks like Austin's drawn a pretty nice play up there. Now Josh has to start thinking about, he's down to kind of like the weird edge cases now, right? Like he's going to be up at least 100 no matter what. It's up to him to decide how does he want the board to play out the rest of the time. It's pretty simple to just go ahead and play something in the top left with a diff or something, which he has spelled out. But you could also open up another triple and just kind of YOLO a bit and just give up on defense and just kind of try to outscore, knowing that you already have the blank we would see Austin play cameo in that case, and then this could get interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's you obviously for Josh, he doesn't want to put any letters out in space that he doesn't have to, but a D in first position is not as painful as some of the other alternatives. You know, the D definitely appears more frequently at the end of words in suffixes than as the starting letter. So I feel like this is as safe of an idea as he can get. And he's up still now 331 to 229 over 100. I'm feeling still pretty comfortable if I'm Josh, even with that new threat there.
Yeah, if you looking at the tile pool, all those A's and E's still to come, looks pretty good. Of course, he decided to draw 2 W's. Maybe Austin is trying to pull off what he did against Puneet yesterday.
My God!
Just use his like psychic mind powers to make Josh draw ridiculous tiles.
Well, at the very least, Josh does have that blank here. If he does get into a really sticky situation, he can extricate himself from it with the blank. But honestly, what's wrong with just wow in this situation? If you're scared about those 2 W's, you have the second blank. All the other S's are gone. The F's are also on the board for wow. So like you can play wow and really not worry that you're giving anything back to Austin, right?
Yeah,
like it's not nearly as dangerous as usual.
Yeah, and it's actually, it's great because it would block those lanes. But let's say that Austin blocks that spot.
Now you're in trouble.
Comes into play again.
Yeah. Now without that spot available, yes, there is some trouble brewing for sure. So we'll see.
Things get interesting. I
mean, Austin could play Mo. Maybe he's thinking about playing Mo. He could be playing Mo with FAE in the upper left, which would put an M out in space there. I wonder. Yeah, he could be about to play it on that O of interior, which would block the W spot, and that makes things much more difficult for Josh. But even then, that as we mentioned yesterday, you love it when your opponent kind of does your job for you, blocking some lanes.
You love to see it.
So we'll see. Emmy Hill says fawn as a way of getting rid of one of the W's, I should say, and not using your vowel. That looks fine too. So there's definitely plenty. There's a couple different options for Josh to shed consonants without giving much back. So, Nemo Ace. Yeah, paging Nemo. Not sure if Nemo is hanging out in the chat. We have a nice number of concurrents right now. I want to thank everybody for watching our coverage. We're here in round 18. We've got this round here still in the balance. 2 more games after that to wrap up our 3-day coverage of the 2022 Crescent City Cup. Appreciate everybody for being here, watching along. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage.
Yeah, react in the chat if you've been here for all 18 games. I bet some of you have.
Wow.
I know I have.
The 2 of us have. And I feel like some others have too. All right, there's Ace. Ace goes down. I wonder what the thinking is for that. Just continue to open stuff. I mean, I feel like Mo is still slightly better.
Maybe it's a play on 3 A's unseen still. I don't know, but
Could
obviously
be.
Wow comes down instantly.
Wow comes down instantaneously. Yep, that looks totally fine. I guess you could consider playing Widow there if you wanted, but I think Wow is fine. You don't want to use up your vowel and then get hit with only consonants. So I think I like that choice for Josh. He's still up by quite a bit. Let's get the tracking from Austin's POV here with his rack of Boardman without an A.
And worth considering here, we know that Josh has the blank, but this whole time Austin has been playing, trying to go for that blank. So we're going to see Abdomen come down here. From our point of view, we know it's game over if he does that. But from his point of view, that's actually a great play. You score a bunch of points. It's a bunch of shots at the blank. And also opens a really nice new lane. So from his point of view, for a brief moment, there is some hope.
Yeah, the abdomen
Josh
is a
will immediately
wonderful
bingo in the
play.
game.
Yep,
Yeah,
abdomen. But what if Austin draws, the rack that Josh has right now? You could easily see
exactly.
that comeback for
Yeah.
him here. But instead, we're going to see Josh. He's taking a look. Tracking's now updated. Abdomen, a great way of plunging into the bag and getting 6 tiles there. Mary Aline says just missed the first half of each of the first games. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Thank you very much to Mary for being here.
Yeah. And Mary, hope we'll see you at some events on the West Coast this year. I've known Mary for almost 2 decades now.
So yeah, let's see. Josh is looking at a pool that has 8 tiles in the bag, 15 tiles unseen total. So he can bingo and realize that he's not emptying the bag, which is sometimes a scary prospect. If the score of a game is really close, you do have to do a sanity check late in the game. Even if you have a bingo, if you look into the bag and there are 7 tiles exactly in the bag, you have to think for a moment, do I actually want a bingo here? Because if my opponent has a bingo in response and I draw some really clunky tiles, as you can see, unseen in this game is the J, the B. If you were to draw the J and some other stuff, maybe your opponent bingos and catches you with a bunch of those tiles. But yeah, at this score, no worries at all for Josh. He's going to score something in the high 70s to 80 points and be home free in this game. And there still will be 1 tile in the bag afterwards. So this will be a win for Josh. As we said, Austin's going to have to wait just a little longer if he wants to clinch as the repeat champion of the Crescent City Cup.
So, hey there, Designer 1900. As a designer myself, what kind of design do you do? Welcome to the scene, and glad to see you here. Tell me more about where the name comes from.
Yeah, great to have you aboard. Hope you're enjoying. And obviously, just a quick extra little important thing to note. If you're watching this and saying, oh my God, these players are incredible. They know so many words I've never seen before. They are just, it's mind-boggling, the Scrabble that I'm seeing played. That's normal, right? These are literally the best players in the country, some of the best players in the world. So if you're seeing this and saying, I could never do this, these guys all started out saying the same thing, and it took them years of practice and study to get to this point. So don't be discouraged. Scrabble is an awesome game to play at any skill level, and there are skill levels across the spectrum competing at this tournament. We're just bringing you the top players to watch.
Yeah. I mean, not everyone even necessarily starts like Josh and Austin and myself that are, we started as kids.
For sure.
But I've seen. I remember when I first started playing, there was a woman who played her first competitive tournament in her late 80s and played until the ripe old age of 100. I played her in a tournament when I was 14, and she was 93. And she was an intermediate player. Was playing in the 2nd division. It was really cool.
And we're gonna finally see the bingo choice instead of Toladine or anything like that. We're going to see Eidolon, which gives very little back in response. I wonder, that seems fine. I feel like every bingo wins pretty emphatically, every time here for Josh. So there's really no need to be this careful, but he's being careful here.
Yeah. Now I wonder, is he considering the universe where he draws the J as the last tile, and this ensures he has 2 J spots?
Well, yeah. What an interesting thought. Well, he's gonna draw a full rack, right? So
a full rack. I need to stop. I need to pay more attention to you when you say.
Sorry, I wasn't clear. I wasn't clear enough. So what I meant was, I think that he is going to leave one tile in the bag after this bingo.
Got it. I was thinking there was one tile in the bag.
Sure. But to your point, after Austin's play, like the two players are roughly equally likely to have a J. I don't know. Austin did just play 6 tiles. So if Austin had played shorter, then I might be more inclined to play Eidolon because I know that Austin is not going to be playing short with a J on his rack. So Eidolon with that O down on the lower left part of the board is a nice way to overlap your J. That could have been a thought process there, but maybe not so much after Abdomen, where Austin's rack is much closer to random, right? Drawing 6 tiles out of that bag.
Yeah, and as it turns out here, he's drawn Jenga, except that's not a word, but he has drawn the very excellent word of Ganja.
Ganja. Could we see Ganja?
Lot of points.
Yeah, I think, though, that let me just show from Austin's perspective now. I'm going to put the tracking up, and you can see Ganja really stands out looking at these 8 letters, AAAEGJNN. Austin's going to see that, and he's going to say, all right, I'm not going to win this game, but at least I can stop my opponent from playing Ganja down there. So
I mean, from his perspective, he's probably trying to figure out what's his best one tile fish to draw an out bingo, right?
True.
Or is he just going to play?
I think he's just going to realize even those plays are not going to secure him the win here.
Yeah, and I hadn't realized he had 25 seconds on his clock. So.
I didn't realize that either. Yeah. I absolutely did not notice that. So Austin, normally a very, very fast player, taking his time this game, and that makes sense just because when you are trailing in a game for most of it, you do have to spend a little more time thinking and getting creative for coming up with ways to make that comeback. So I find I spend my largest amounts of time in games where I'm trailing the whole way.
Yep.
So this will be a nice win.
Honestly, this is the closest we've even seen to going over on time, right?
Yeah, have we seen anyone on stream go over time even once?
Not yet. I don't even think anyone's really even been that close. Maybe once or twice.
Huh. Yeah, that's impressive. That not a single person that I can't remember it if it has happened. So, maybe Eidolon gives back Banaler, which would have played with a bunch of overlaps. Yeah, that could be. I mean, a bad mistake. Yeah. He's still going to win the game with ease, I think, even after that. But didn't maybe need to create those 7-letter overlapping plays. But either way, Josh played quite well. Both players playing pretty well here, I think. Some plays to cut our teeth into and talk about. I think that opening sequence with the S's was very instructive.
Yeah. I mean, to me, definitely the most interesting game of the tournament. A lot to learn from. I will certainly want to go back and look at a couple of these plays, just for my own edification, in the future.
Yeah, definitely interested. Also in we have 20 of these amazingly produced games of live streamed Scrabble. Definitely, it'll be my job to make sure that we preserve those and do some cool stuff after the fact. So I will be very interested to comb through these games and find some interesting teaching moments to maybe do some deep dives into a position or two. And as you said, Conrad, sometimes you notice a nuance of a play like well after the game, right? Like is actually completed. There is a lot to be gained from going back over a Scrabble game with a fine-tooth comb after the fact. So I'm very excited to do that with these games and see what we can uncover. And hopefully I'll get some blog posts up at playscrabble.com and other locations, maybe some YouTube videos, etc. to that effect. All right, so it looks like Austin is going to go out with Went, his best outplay. Final score of this game after Liber, I didn't give him his points for that, is going to be 454 to 352. win for Josh Castellano in his first live streamed game. It's taken him long enough, but he is, he must be on quite the streak here to have fought himself back into position in this way.
I suspect so. And so I guess we'll be waiting to see what happened in the other game that is pretty important for the rest of this event. I'm guessing that the two Daves played each other. I guess I could look at the pairings myself. Oh no, it was a different Dave played a different Dave. So it's still possible for lots of Daves/Davids to still have a shot here during the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, the wall of Daves is intact here. Oh, it looks like Dave Wiegand lost to David Whitley.
Oh, okay.
According to my updated scoreboard. So that's a big loss for Dave Wiegand, as a win for him would have probably guaranteed him more matchups against Austin Shin. But Whitley on top of Wiegand, and now it may be up to Josh Castellano to come up with some wins against Austin Shin here.
Yeah, though I think we are. See, at this point, does that? Well, it will depend what.
Yeah, there's actually Whitley might have a shot at it too. So there's going to be, we're going to definitely need to wait for all the dust to settle with these games and see who still has chances of coming away with the victory here. There's a lot of people still alive. Only two, making this hard for our director and master of pairings, Tim Fukawa Connolly, to try to make sense of who has a chance of winning this thing and who should play who.
Yeah, the Koenig and Panit game also pretty important. That could catapult Koenig all the way up to third place at 11.5, only a game and a half behind Austin.
Emmy Hill says Whitley cannot win, and I confess, I literally
confused Davids.
I don't confuse anything. I am confused. But it's not that I confuse Davids, but it's that I am always terribly confused by the pairings at the end of tournaments. I have no idea how to make sense of all of that stuff. I literally just do what I'm told. Whoever they want me to play, I'll play. I just trust, right? So I don't get confused because I'm ignorant, and I just accept on faith that other people know better how the pairing should be. I can't make sense of all that. I don't know how you guys can.
I mean, I think this is the classic pairing situation. I think this is the only one that I ever get involved in because I think I have stronger feelings than others. And generally speaking, again, I don't look at the standings much. This is the only time I ever really care about stuff like this. Is you have a situation with with 2 games left. There are 3 people who can still win, but third place is far enough behind such that if third does not play first in the second to last game, they have no chance of winning because either first or second has to win. So I think this is one of those situations, and that's why it's the only one that ever shows up. It's only like one that I think it is possible to have a valid opinion either way of how much of a chance should third place have.
Yeah. Seeing others, a couple people agreeing with me, a couple counterpoints of what to do when the pairings are complicated. So
now here's a good one. The Re-Inked brings up. He's the same way as well. One of my favorite moments was at a nationals where the straight up pairings were to have the 2 Renki twins play each other, but I think only one of them could make the finals or could make the playoffs.
Oh man.
What do you do with 2 Renkis playing each other?
You just let them play as a team, I think.
Yeah. In this case, the pairings I think were changed.
I see.
And it didn't matter. The Renki still made it pretty far.
Well, that's not surprising. Yeah.
Yeah. The threat of collusion, and we see it occasionally. At the World Championships, 2 people playing each other from the same country. There are just opportunities to let your fellow country person make it into the finals. I wouldn't want that pressure.
I mean, there's the craziest collusion thing from recent memory, and I know this has been like the NFL playoff weeks, but I still can't, just a quick digression, I
Yeah,
still can't believe that final regular season game
yeah,
between the Chargers and the Raiders, where a tie between those
yeah,
two would have sent them both to the playoffs,
yeah. It was
right? Like,
literally, yeah, it was literally the worst moment. It's in my opinion, one of the worst moments in sports history. I
that
mean, it was a terrible decision. Both of them made a decision to not have 100% chance of making the playoffs. That is
yeah.
absolute lunacy.
I
Just from
mean,
yeah,
yeah, it is pretty crazy that I mean that is a situation that I feel crops up way more in Scrabble than in the NFL. But I was watching that game just in awe. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. Yeah, so oh man, awesome news from NWL Light that Annette Obrestad in her first ever tournament is a win ahead of the field. That is amazing. Shout out to Churro, who has been a sometime streamer on Twitch, and that is super cool to see her take her first foray into competitive Scrabble and do really well. Congrats also seeing Joey Malik is 1.5 games up. That means he's right on the cusp of winning the NWL Open division. So congrats to those two players for doing so well. Yeah, curious
that's
to.
super.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I would say no. Just that's super cool. It's always fun to see new people show up and win. Not that Joey Malik certainly is not new, and I don't think this would be his first time winning the event. Though
I think he must have. Yeah, he must have been a winner. So before. So I feel like I remember that. But yeah, it'll be good to just keep an eye on the standings as a couple of those results come in and try to make sense of it. Oh, it looks like we do have a couple more results at the top are in. So let's see. So currently, Austin still in first, despite his loss just now on the top board to Josh Castellano. But yeah, Koenig with a win over Puneet Sharma, moving up to third, 11.5 wins for him. So even with David Whitley's win over Dave Wiegand, it does look like it hurts Dave Wiegand more than it helps David Whitley.
Yeah, there's
so-
no way, there's no contrivable way that Weekend could win, right? Is there like a weird win tie? No. Let's see. If Dave beats Austin twice, Dave Koenig beats Josh once, and then they tie. That's Dave Wiegand.
That's his path. Yeah, that's not a very successful path. Yeah.
So I think in this case though, that I think dictates the pairings. I think would be, maybe I've changed over time. I think it would be Austin against Koenig and Josh against Dave.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's how Tish would pair it naturally. But it does put you in this weird situation where if Austin beats Dave and Josh loses, he never actually gets a chance to play the first place opponent. So I don't know. I think it's arguable to decide either way. I think as a player, and you just got to kind of, if you're Josh or Koenig, you just kind of have to accept it and just play the tiles in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, it really is splitting hairs. Also, if you're up in that top group and you're thinking, well, who do I want to play that maximizes my chance of winning? I think I'm up there. I don't want to play Dave Wiegand, right?
Don't play anyone else. I don't want to play Wiegand.
I know, but even then, the other players in that group are good enough that it's not like I am getting a gimme if I play someone else compared to Dave. So it really is a situation where these guys at the top are going to be butting heads over the last couple rounds here, and very likely whichever in this group wins 2 more games is very likely to win. Also, if Austin wins 1 more game, he is very, very likely, or maybe clinched. I'm not sure. So yeah,
probably puts him about at least 75. We assume that he's 50-50 against both of these players, which you all can decide that one way or the other. He's a pretty heavy favorite to still win the tournament.
Yeah. So that's how things are shaking out in this very competitive division. So we'll just have to see what the eventual pairings are. We can definitely take a moment again while we're in between games just to say that The players will be competing for slightly larger shares of the prize pool than usual because of the $5,000 sponsorship being provided by Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com. So again, really encouraging those that have not checked out those platforms to give it a try. We want the sponsorship to be a rousing success so that we can have more partnerships like this in the future. So
heck yeah, and hopefully not even too far in the future, right? It's only January.
Again, I mean, there's going to be so many opportunities in 2022 to do more things like this. And we want that ecosystem. We want that wheel to start spinning in the direction where we in the tournament community are just churning out really high quality and entertaining, educational Scrabble content for hopefully an ever increasing audience to consume on here. So I really appreciate everybody that's been watching so far. Really interested to hear, are we doing a good job? Is there anything we can do better? Are we explaining stuff in a way that is accessible and understandable? That's really important to us going forward, that players from other gaming cultures that stumble across us can immediately understand that this game is awesome. It has an incredible depth to it, and you can get lost in this game and enjoy live coverage. So at least that's my hope. So yeah, let's see. Do we have any other stuff queued up? It's again, we will have to wait a little longer than usual just because got to make sure that all the results are in and allow the directors time to confer and give everybody that has winning chances in the tournament an opportunity to control their own destiny. That seems to be always the goal towards the end of these events. And Conrad, you have been the director here, so you've had that responsibility on your shoulders before. Ooh, I'm not hearing you all of a sudden.
Oops, I had muted myself to sneeze a second ago.
Sorry. Okay. Gotcha.
I'm trying to minimize the ASMR for the chat. When I directed this event, the only flight I could take home to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I was living at the time, I actually had to leave before the 20th and final game. But we were in a situation where only 3 people could win. Dave Wiegand was one of the people, I think. And what ended up happening was I think we actually manually overrode the pairings that were given to give people the maximum chance of winning. And then lo and behold, in the final game, I think it was, or it may have been the penultimate game, the word eBaying was played.
Oh, I've heard this story.
And it got challenged.
Oh,
because for 5 points. Now, those of you who play, the more inclusive International English Dictionary would know that eBaying and eBayings are a word. But for 5 points, as we said, challenge it. That's totally fine. The challenge computer was not from a Collins player and was accidentally set to the wrong lexicon. So eBaying came off the board.
Oh no.
And it was noticed by the players nearby, and they were people weren't necessarily sure what to do. But the player who had it challenged off, I won't dox them, but they are playing in this tournament, did not ask for a second opinion. And so it's a good reminder that even if a computer tells you you're wrong, you can ask for someone to manually look it up and hope that human error overrides computer error, because sometimes computer error does happen by way of human error.
Wow, what a story. I mean, that's like brutal to discover that after the fact. I've had a couple moments where I've been stunned by a challenge to the point where I thought about asking a second opinion, but I'm not sure if I've ever actually done that. And also, I've usually been wrong in those cases, so it's been on me that I messed it up. So
we had one more tiny segue as we move into the next game, which it looks like it's going to be Austin and Dave Koenig, where We were playing an after-hours game at a local tournament in the Bay Area, and it was a team game. It was myself and another expert, Noah Walton, playing against Chris Morgan and KC, two of my dearest friends from the Bay Area. And the only way that we could win, as Extra Typo appears like he's about to make an appearance right next to my face. Well,
Wow.
anyway, we changed the dictionary on the fly, such that we could make a ridiculous play and score a bunch of points and win the game. Obviously, they figured it out, but Cesar actually created a new lexicon and loaded it into the challenge computer at the time for the ultimate troll.
Wow, that's a great prank.
Yeah,
Among Scrabble pranks, that has to be one of the better ones.
It was good. It was a dacoita and
Dacoita.
I think it was dacoita, or Pogi,
Nice.
P-O-G-I-E, I don't know, something like that. Anyway, props to 14 Domino for helping pull that one off.
Achieve that prank, yeah. changing the challenge computer dictionary as a prank. That would get me pretty good.
Yeah. We forgot to change it. Oh goodness.
So yeah, let's see. So yeah, as you said, we're going to be getting Dave Koenig attempting to control his own destiny against Austin Shin, who is in first place and right on the cusp of winning this tournament. Hopefully nobody pranks them by changing the challenge computer dictionary, as we know that Austin is apt to challenge words that he's not 100% sure of, just to be sure.
Except for Meadow.
Except for Meadow, which was played. In fact, this is a rematch of that game, which was played between Dave Koenig and Austin Shin. An exciting, interesting game between those two. I can see Dave is just getting set up. I saw Austin a moment ago. His clipboard is on the table, and I think the players are just taking one last break before we're going to be ready to rock in round 19. Oh, man, Conrad, we've come a long way. We've got 2 more games to go, 18 in the books. I feel good today, but I mean, I feel that we continue to establish that your stamina as a commentator is seemingly unparalleled. So what would you say if we did another 20 games after this?
Yeah, I mean, life aside, could probably do it. I'm a little tireder today. Had a little trouble falling asleep last night, despite going to bed far earlier. But I think I'm settled in now that I've found a place in the lobby to stream. Though I have to admit, I may step away for a sec to try to find a charger cord, or find a cord to find a plug. So if you want to do a different plug.
Time.
Yeah, if there's any other
why don't
plugs
we?
sure.
Why don't we just continue to, or we can just cut to the game screen. We did our plugs in support of PlayScrabble.com, of course, but we can just cut to the game board and just bide our time as the players sit down. That's how you guys will know we're ready to be off to the races as Conrad gets his power cord here. So on our highlights of the stream, that if you are a follower of the Scrabble Go Facebook page, you will see that I made a couple brief little highlight clips. They were already clipped for us, I think, in each case by Scrabble Kate. She clipped the highlight that we used. But the day 1 highlight, I think, had to be Austin Shin and Chris Lipe having the same set of tiles midway through the game on their rack. 2 players had the exact same rack. That was crazy. Had never seen that before. Really glad that we caught that clip. Oh, yeah, that was producer Christian who got that one. But yesterday, my highlight of the stream, it featured Dave Koenig, but not in the way that he would prefer. It was the play that Dave made where he put a W out in space, and his opponent, Rashid Balagun, played toe lines for 149 points to seize command of a game in which Dave was up by 90 points prior to that play. So always exciting to see the highly coveted triple. Some of you know it as a 9-timer. basically a play that hits 2 triple word scores at once. That was our highlight of the stream. So far, I don't know what is in the running. Does anybody have any suggestions for what should be I mean, we still have 2 games to go, right? We've only played 2 games today. So we'll have to see once these 4 games are complete, what we feel is the standout play, the highlight of the stream. If anybody has any suggestions for what we've seen so far, that should be thus far the highlight. You feel free to let me know. I'm gonna need to figure out what that is and get that clip in at some point. So yeah. Kino Darrow says quizzes. I'm not sure if you mean like polls. We don't have all of the capabilities of Twitch just yet. We actually need to do a little more streaming on this channel before we unlock the ability to do polls and some of the other interactive features like channel points and stuff like that. So I do apologize. I love doing polls for predicting who's going to win the next game. We don't have those available here yet. So that is definitely something that I will look forward to incorporating in the next broadcast on this channel. So yeah, no quizzes, unfortunately, for this one. Thank you very much, 14 Domino, for that praise. I don't really know how I do it. I just try not to do too much umming and ahhing. Trying not to pause terribly much while I'm articulating anything, and that is not easy for me. So that's why I'm so tired at the end of these, is I'm spending all of my mental energy on trying to say composed sentences and thoughts without sounding too stupid, which, as we know, I do not have an 100% success rate there. Or, wow, that's funny because I used the phrase success rate, which is one of the clips on my channel when I failed to say that phrase correctly. So, all right, the players looks like they're bagging up, sitting down. Looks like Dave goes first in this game. He's seated to the left where the first player will always be going. You see the records. Dave Koenig, 11-6-1. Austin Shin, 13-5 in first place on the right. And off we go. Dave going first here. So Austin's right on the cusp. This is round 19. There's 20 rounds total in this event. So Austin is right there. He's a win and a half above Dave with 2 games to go. And a full win and a lot of spread points above Josh Castellano with 2 games to go. So, oh man, but Dave's got a nice rack to start here. He, unlike Josh Castellano in the previous game, who opened with a Z on his rack, but no way to connect it to a double letter score, Dave absolutely has many options that will allow him to score about 48 points or 50 with Azione. He could opt to play Zoil, Zonai, Zonal. There's a bunch of options for him here. Agreeing with you guys agreeing with Jello Mochas that Azione is probably the best option for him here, but let's see. Zoil has an advantage to it. Oh, as Conrad got his power chord sorted.
I have the power chord sorted. I moved to a new spot a few tables over, and I am at such a table now such that I can pretty much guarantee that Axer-Typo and other people will probably try to make cameos based on where I am. That should not be hard.
Interesting. Well, that's, I guess, reasonable that they would want to do a cameo. But all right, Zoil looks like to play, keeping IN together. And maybe that is worth the 2-point sacrifice here. Tough to say. I think it's close between this and Azione. Again, I'm probably mangling that pronunciation, but that's okay.
Azione, I don't know.
Is that? Well, let's see what it means.
I have no idea.
Oh, Italian, yeah, definitely.
Oh, I was right.
Azione.
That was a total guess.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. Got to give
look
it a
at that,
little.
Look at that pickup for
Wow.
Dave.
Very, very
Dave,
nice.
I don't know if anyone else noticed that big tell from Dave there, but his posture totally changed as soon as he looked at those tiles. In my position, if I were Austin, I would have been okay. Dave has something. I don't know if it's a bingo, but I know it's something.
Yeah. So that's interesting to think that you could potentially watch Dave closely and see how good his racks are by his body language. That's a very common thing in poker and stuff like that from players that, oh, sorry, the score, right, thank you. It's going to be 48 for Dave to start. Okay.
And a little shout out to one of your best buds, Noah SL, who was looking up Healy.
Very nice. Hello, Noah. So yeah, Healy, I guess, would be some kind of like I don't know what, like a skateboard trick or something, or oh no, the Healy shoes, right?
Yeah.
Healy, aren't Heelys like the shoes that have wheels in them?
So here's my question: Is that a thing that the Gen Zers like these days, or
shoes with wheels in them?
Or did you just date yourself? I have no idea, which means I just dated myself.
I mean, I have no idea. I don't know.
I had soap shoes when I was like in 6th grade.
I'm not a big shoe guy. I'm not a big sneakerhead, so I'm not up on that sort of thing. Oh, hey, oh, look at that. Austin has hail set up on his rack as a nice underlapping play. This looks very good, I think. He could have played a little shorter, leaving a good bingo leave, but the board wasn't great for bingoing after those plays. I think it's fine to take a bunch of extra points here with hail. And Dave is still going to bingo for sure. Well, I mean, he's going to challenge too.
Okay.
Ooh, look at this challenge cam. Challenge cam is working, and wow, beautiful. You can see hail is the word challenged, and yes, the play is valid. Beautiful. Challenge cam working as intended. Tremendous.
Now, one day when we aren't masked up, we'll be able to see better facial expressions, I suppose. But for now,
yeah,
freaking cool.
Yeah, very, very cool.
Yeah, it'll be an extra 5 points here for Austin, but no worries for Dave, who's immediately going to slap down Terminal, and he will strap it down because
he's strapping it down.
Yeah, that ain't coming off the board. We all know that that's over.
Yeah, you can strap. Yes, you can strap that one down for sure. But yeah, that's a pretty clear, obvious play for Dave here. 89 points, hitting the M on the double letter score and the entire word on the triple. That's going to bring him to 137. Austin getting 42 points, 37 for Hale, and 5 for the challenge. So back to Austin. He could play Zakat here from ZA on the board. That looks clearly best. He's got two. Yeah, he's got 2 T's. Whenever you have duplicated letters, it's always a good objective to try to use one of those. And he can do just that with Zakat.
And but that won't end well for him in the sense that Dave looks like he's going to be able to play another bingo.
Oh, wow. Even if Austin sees that, yeah, Dave's got good tiles for sure. Madison's looks like it's lined up on his rack to go off of the M of Terminal. So Dave's... I think you're right that maybe it didn't. So a question from Cast Studio. Normally in some challenge rules, you would lose a turn for challenging, but the players are playing with a point challenge rule. So what that means is if you challenge a word and it's valid, you don't lose your turn. Your opponent just gets 5 more points. Yeah, I should have that commanded, actually. Let me, maybe I can add that.
Oh, does that already, I figured you'd already be ahead of me there.
I was
just like, oh, that was cool.
I will add it now.
You say, Jalpic, you say this is not Bluff Scrabble, but remember, these are the 2 players who had Meadowed stay on the board, which honestly, solid. I mean, probably wasn't a bluff, but like was the exact sort of play you would consider bluffing with if you knew it was not a word. So it does look like Dave is going to bingo here. We do know that he has seen Madison's. There are other options. Yeah, I mean, I
All right, let's try this.
We will see a bingo here.
There we go. Okay, so hopefully that helps. All right, let me see. Oh, Zakat was played. Very nice. That's absolutely the correct play by Austin. Well spotted to see that you can tack some letters on to Za on the board. And yeah, up for debate is where should Dave play? He had Madison's lined up. That would have put an S in the triple lane. It looks like he's considering Anodizes, which has its own major problems of a very, very big scoring spot on top of the O of Anodizes through the E of terminal. So
the re-inked noting Madison's obviously the correct play. As we know,
it's certainly correct in this situation, being able to see that Austin's rack consists of 1 point tiles and a lot of duplicates, including 2 eyes, which make it always really difficult to score. I mean, Austin's scoring potential on his next rack is really bad. So I think Anodizes is I don't know. I mean, those 2 plays are really close normally.
Well, don't forget last time Dave opened a triple.
That's true. And with a much worse letter than an S too for bingoing. So
yeah. I think my only thought would be is if for some reason I'm remembering correctly that Madison did not used to take an S, maybe he thinks there's a chance he gets the +5. So is it 9 points better to open the triple? Maybe that makes a difference. I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe.
If chat can hold me, keep me honest here, as to whether or not that S hook is new.
Looks like Anodizes is going to be his choice here, which will work out very well for him. Difficult to evaluate the relative risks of the 2 plays. And again, Dave did get burned, as you said earlier, opening a triple. So there is a lot of stuff that can happen here. But then again, the worst thing that can happen to you after a play like this is getting hit with the Z, right? That's what you're most afraid of with that Zo hook there. And the Z is on the board. So not only that, the K is on the board. A couple other good scoring tiles like the H and Y already there. So maybe, and he just drew the J. Not that the J is very easy to fit up there. In fact, it's almost impossible to get a J play up there. So Dave, I think making what I don't know, I think I'm leaning towards Anodizes over Madison's.
Yeah, I think I would take it. And the other thing to consider here is he's going up with a big lead. It's those sorts of scoring spots that, Dave is most likely going to be in a better position to hit, right? Austin's trying to bingo, so he's not going to be keeping as many tiles that are going to go really nicely with that O. So, it's also that's kind of advice that we often give is if you're winning, opening these sorts of scoring spots where you're going to be able to, quickly just keep, pounding the score with 30, 40, 50 points, your opponent isn't going to be prioritizing those spots as much because they can't be. They need to be going for the 50 plus for the bingo bonus. So, it's possible Austin may try to neutralize it here with EINE, certainly an option. But again, if you open that big, huge spot and see someone come down with EINE, you're thrilled.
Yeah, I mean that's like music to Dave's ears here. Not a shout out to the background music for you there, but yeah, this is a play that you are happy to see in Dave's shoes. That's like as good of an outcome as you could get with opening that spot, and only a 15-point response. So things going very well for Dave here. For those, and Dave, I guess if you are married and you like to exercise, you might go for a wife jog. But other than that, Dave
do you ever
is
go for a
no,
wife jog?
no,
Allison does not like to doesn't like to
neither of
run.
us. No, neither of us like jogging. We are not
Okay.
joggers.
All right.
So I have not gone for a wife jog. But yeah, Joke looks like it scores pretty well through the K of Zakat. You get the J in a really high scoring spot, and you can see that is what Dave has opted for here. The leave of FGIW, not so good, but for 42 points, you'll take it. So, are we worried at all about the underlaps under there? Oye with the R. I don't know. That's not that scary. I think this is fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's you don't want to leave it forever, but again, more often than not, Austin's going to leave that open because it's a great place for him to bingo for a bunch of points. So unless he's immediately got something big there, decent chance Dave ends up getting to capitalize on that spot anyway.
For sure.
Again, Oye takes a Z on the end, already gone. It takes takes other letters, but that would be the quickest way to score some points, and he doesn't have to worry about that.
Topical joke by Raw Jersey, perhaps a tennis fan. Yeah, as he says.
Yeah.
And you put a D in front of Joke. All the issues going on with Djokovic. But anyway, play of VAG by Austin looks clever, setting up that I that he already had on his rack. Of course, Dave also has an I. So not sure if there's a great play for Dave to block off that spot, but
looks like Wifed, which will also have the
Wifed
fortuity of blocking Militate.
Yeah,
which,
Wifed is called for here, and it looks like that will be the play just in time to block Militate double for Austin. That is a very, very timely play, and clearly the right play, I think, for Dave Koenig. He doesn't know how right it was. Yeah, sorry. We're hopefully why is it not letting me do this? Okay. Auto mod doesn't really understand that we're playing Scrabble here, of course. But so was there a phony played? No. Basically, it's just been Austin's had a couple subpar racks, and Dave's hit the Z really hard, bingoed twice in a row, and then hit the J really hard. So he's just been piling points on while Austin's not drawn very well. It's not been Austin's fault here.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is not the way Austin wanted this game to go, to try and clinch this tournament, but he still has plenty of time. Whether it be in this game or the next game, right? Like this game might not go in his favor, but then he's got an entirely new round 20 that if he just wins that one, I think he comes away with the win here. So,
yeah, I mean, and this is, I mean, for starters, this is a place where I wish resigning was allowed. I would resign this game instantly.
Yeah, just to keep your energy. Yeah, your energy, right?
Yeah.
Like, why not preserve yourself for the next game? So that's totally, yeah. If ever there was a spot to throw in the towel and not burn brain power, this does seem like a pretty good one. So, yeah, we shall see.
And Will, I will let you know they've decided to start vacuuming. I may have to mute myself because of the vacuuming.
No worries. Yeah, we'll just play it by ear.
People need to do their jobs, but
yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, getting up and explaining to people doing their jobs that, hey, I'm commentating a Scrabble tournament here. It's not likely to resonate.
Yeah, I'm 3 feet outside 10 feet outside the private event sign as it is. But yeah, as Zuklia points out, what about just speeding through the game to conserve energy? Like,
that's as good as you can do.
Yeah.
That's as good as you can do, right? You can't resign. That's not permitted. So the best thing you could do would be to just autopilot this and then go hard in game 20. Hope that it's a more equitable draw.
Yep,
so.
That's the idea.
Now, for me, I don't actually do that. I'm not smart enough to ever conserve. I'm always I I don't really think I've ever done that successfully. I always get wrapped up in just trying to come back in the game, even if it's hopeless. So,
and you also just win the game. You're never in this situation because you just don't lose.
No, wrong. Definitely incorrect. I have lost plenty of games, lost my fair share of games. Somebody like Austin Shin is every bit as solid of a player as I am. So, yeah, unfortunately, I wish I could say that it's just, I'm so great that I never get into those situations, but that is not the case. So a thought of just fit, that would be a little too crazy. In this particular case, it would work, right? If Austin were to play FITTE, but it doesn't score very well. And I think from Austin's perspective, he could play something like Flemit here for 36, opening the board.
You know the word.
Yeah.
You know the word Flemit.
Yeah, you would have to know Flemit, which again, that's not your everyday normal word. Past tense of fleam. An archaic Scottish word in its own right, but that seems like what's called for here. So, yeah, Arden asks, is point spread part of the ranking? Yes, it is the primary way that tiebreakers are assessed. So if two players have the same win total, their cumulative point spread over the course of the entire tournament is being calculated, and whoever is higher up on that metric will get the tiebreaker. So we did have a discussion about this on a previous, I can't remember whether it was Saturday or Sunday, of, the pros and cons.
It's because it was both days.
Both days? Okay. Well, the pros and cons of that are pretty well established. It is kind of inertia surrounding it right now. It's quote unquote the way it's always been done. And I think there are a lot of people who would not be sad to see it change to another tiebreaker method, just because it does feel okay. We see Fetial. Instead of Flemit.
Play, if you don't know Flemit, that
totally
seems like a play.
Agreed. Yeah, if not Flemit, then this makes sense, just to get as many points as you can and open the board a little further. So I'm agreeing with that choice for Austin here. Dave looks like he wanted to play Ghibli to the eye of terminal, and now he has much more incentive to play that same word to the eye of Fetial. Wow, we saw Mechanate earlier on Dave Wiegand's rack when he passed up Melatonin. He ended up playing Mechanate.
That was against Austin, right?
And it was against Austin, yeah. So we actually saw Dave Wiegand play Aerosat for the second time really, really early on in the first game here. So, we're likely to see another bingo that we've seen. Then again, Ghibli, look at this. Bite instead. Okay, that looks like. I wonder why this over Ghibli.
Did he miss it, or did he have it spelled out on his
He had it spelled out.
He had it spelled. Oh, okay. I would say he just missed it, but
yeah, he surely had.
No, if he had it spelled out, that's. I mean, we have noticed Dave do this a few times. He will put the play on the board and kind of,
Well, now he's using that board as a workspace, but is he gonna fix this and switch? This is a big. Swing
I think using the board as the workspace is when you're literally moving stuff around and kind of like obscuring the other opponent's vision of the board. I think putting a play on the board and like thinking about it, I think is okay. I don't think that's the spirit of the rule.
But what is the rationale for Blight here for 24 instead of Ghibli for 2 more points and blocking more, right? Like if you play your word through the I of Fetial instead of the T, you're blocking the T, I, and A. Yeah, and here he's paying the price. He had that word spelled out on his rack. So I'm intrigued by that choice.
Maybe he wasn't 100% sure of it. That's a hard word to not be 100% sure of if you've watched any movie from Japan ever.
Anyway, it's Austin's going to cut into the deficit. Dave has a terrible rack, and we'll just have to see, is Austin going to draw well off of this bingo? And that might be his chance. And okay, doesn't look like it yet. Let's see. Need something good here. Oh, Wow. So those last two letters
wow.
give him oreganum. So, oh
Goodness
man.
gracious.
So Austin started that rack with IOU, and he drew into another bingo that's going to play to the M of terminal. Is there a way that that possibly ever gets blocked with the upper corner of the board just staring Dave in the face as a good place to play?
All I know is I want to know whatever Wheaties Austin has been eating this tournament
You want some.
to get this stuff out of the bag.
The breakfast of champions. Yeah.
Goodness, who wouldn't do anything for some of these drawers?
Yeah. So Austin sees it clearly. He has it lined up. So this is a big, like, Blight versus Ghibli. It's like the tiniest little nuance, right? The only difference is 2 points between the plays. That's not a lot of points. And blocking the A of Fetial with Ghibli, and Blight does not accomplish that. So the plays are so similar, but look at the difference in this particular situation. It's going to be huge, right? Dave's going to score well, but then Austin's going to bingo again and draw into a bag that has the second blank still available. Actually, It has both blanks.
Yeah, I would say if this game is all of a sudden not over anymore.
Let me get you guys tracking.
I'm pretty. All I can think is that he just wasn't 100% sure of Ghibli. It's a TWL words. He's certainly would have studied it before.
He had it.
This sort
He
of
had it
situation.
lined up. Yeah, he had it lined up. So.
Yeah, he may have just chickened out of it, and we do that, and it's the thing. You're up by so much, right? That it's just like, well, let's play the thing I'm 100% sure, because like I'm still, in this case, as Dave is making the play of Blight, he's gonna win, 49 out of 50 games or something, or maybe not quite, but like he's such a huge favorite that it's like, well, the worst thing I could do here is play a phony. So
here he plays PUY here, and this is interesting because it scores 31 compared to those same letters. If you just slotted them slightly down and to the left with bum and lie, you would get 5 more points out of this.
And even better, he could have played BUY, setting up his P for bump.
Yeah, so a slight inaccuracy again here for Dave, these aren't big mistakes, but starting to take on some water here.
Yeah. Could be a little rattled here. I don't know.
Oh man, the Q, and look at that. Dave's drawn the Q. So now, from Dave's perspective, Austin's just bingoed with a natural into a very close to empty, like not empty, but rapidly dwindling bag that has both blanks in it. Are we going to see Austin pick one of those? Yes.
Yeah, too bad that I resigned.
Yeah, I guess.
Too bad, sucks to be me. I do wonder though, in this case, do you play Boyd and try to draw for QI, or do you just take QI for 22? Obviously, we know that he will get burned pretty badly, but
Boyd is good. Another idea is to play Veined through EINE at the top of the board.
Oh, that's so sick. Oh, that's so cool.
So that's
and the
33.
best part is he has two Ds. So he can actually play both of them. So he can actually score pretty well while holding on to the
while
Q.
He's trying to draw. Yeah, while you're trying to get a U or an I for Chi, and you do have the Q spot sitting there alongside Blight that you can eventually pop that down for a few points. But we'll see. Okay, Boyd is the play. That's clever. That's a nice spot. It's not quite as good as Veined. But Boyd is still a solid choice, scoring well. But Austin is sitting on some good stuff here. So let's see. He's got his X play underneath Oreganum for 52, leaving the blank. Yeah. Oh, my God. Wow. This is crazy. Another potential massive comeback for Austin in the offing here. We saw it against Puneet Sharma.
Yeah, though do note that Dave did pick up an I, so because Austin had the better spot for the X, Dave will be able to drop QI for more than 50 back.
Good point. Yep.
So Dave did hit that I that he obviously was going for by holding on to the Q. this time after the the last couple of awkward racks, he did get the letter he so desperately needed.
Yeah, true. So we're almost certain to see Dave play just Chi right here for 51. Let me get these scores updated for you guys. They're coming in rapidly. The score after this, 417 to 338 in favor of Dave. And wow, look at this. An S for the Zakat hook. That could prove huge for Austin. It is worth noting that, is it possible that, I know you kind of want to keep the eye on Fox. So like Austin had an option to play Fox or Fix there. And I'm just wondering, like, is there any world in which you want to actually play Fix instead, just because the O is a little better with WI? Like COW looks better to me than CIW.
Probably so, but he's also weighing the fact that he could draw the Q. Like
that Q's lurking. Yeah.
He's still
sure.
kind of considering probably all of the things.
I think that could be hindsight, or that could be my commentator's omniscience talking, where I see that Dave has the Q, Austin doesn't know that, and he fully realizes that as he would Austin Shin, scoring never stops, right? He's trying to ensure that if he does pick that Q, he'll play Fox for 50 and then Chi for 50, and he'll be right back in the game. So that's truly. That's probably the best way to go. I'm just throwing it out there that I would rather have an O than an I right now on his rack. Not that there's anything great with it, but
yeah, and I think ultimately I'm probably gonna, like, while I agree short term, I would probably try to look ahead a turn or two and say, what am I gonna want more in a couple turns? And I'm guessing I is probably the answer more often than not, though neither is like wonderful.
Right.
This could continue to be interesting, but Dave's tiles are just good enough. He still has veined in reserve, or just dropping the D at joked and eld.
True.
He may smack down Boars and Zakats just to neutralize that spot and make sure the remaining, bingo lane is going to give him plenty, or the main bingo lane remaining. There's still the L hiding over there.
Yeah, Austin seems to be considering just playing Wuss and Zakats right here to get rid of his WU combination at a cost of getting rid of that S as well. I guess maybe that's doable because you have the sevens lane on Wifed, right? The ED of Wifed out in space. To the left of that is a pretty good lane to play bingos. And then maybe with that blank, you have enough flexibility to play something from the L of Fetial. That's really what you want here if you're Austin.
Yeah. And if you look at the pool remaining, right, that's a good pool for CIN blank.
Very good.
I don't see any C's, I don't see any I's, and I don't see any N's, and I see some A's, some E's, some O's, a bunch of R's, some T. It's the odds of him drawing a bingo now are really high.
Yeah, scary situation here for Dave for sure. Let me just get you his tracking so we can see what he's looking at. This is a crazy situation.
Yeah,
he's looking at 2 blanks in the pool too.
Yeah.
So this is just, very, very scary. Oh, look at all. Okay, so Austin has at least drawn a 7 that plays parallel to Wifed. That's huge.
Interesting suggestion from Mind Games in the chat of just BERS.
Oh
man, that's kind of evil. I mean, the L is still open.
That is so through the E of Wifed. Oh man, yeah. So you're just. That's cool. It's a cool idea. It's a cool idea. That's gonna block a lot of stuff for sure.
Yeah, and it still saves the D. I mean, you look at what is still unseen to Dave, and with both of those blanks. I don't know, but at the same time, you also wonder,
what about this? What about droved through the D and E of Mechanate?
that's so cool. I love it.
How about droved? What do we think of that?
Yeah, I love the idea. The issue is that it's he might Verse allows you to not get outscored.
Yeah,
much.
for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
But the nice thing about birds, Dave, if nothing else, probably sees joked and eld and knows that.
Oh, clever
Crap,
play.
I'm looking
He's
at
played it.
Yeah. Chat, let me know if my internet is dying here.
You're fine. Sorry, I didn't mean
I'm
to
fine.
talk
Cool.
over you. Yeah.
Oh, no worries. I do know that I'm in a department store, so yeah. Honestly, nice move by Dave, because now there's really only one remaining lane. I suspect that Austin will do something to open the board and give multiple spots. Dave, really wanting to draw the blank here, does draw a bingo.
Does draw a bingo, but no blank.
But no blank. Will, how many tiles are in the bag? I promise to
So
actually
I
pay
have
attention.
the tracking you guys see on screen is now correct. The scores are correct. It's Dave 443 to Austin 369, and there are 5 tiles in the bag.
Mm-hmm. So that one nice thing for Dave is that he doesn't have to worry about Austin making a 6-tile play next to the E, playing down, scoring a bunch, and opening the triple, because obviously wouldn't have enough tiles up. So that's nice.
One of the 5 tiles in the bag is the second blank, by the way.
Yeah, and there's a lot of situations here, I suspect, where Austin maybe plays off 3 tiles and Dave just doesn't stop scoring and just drops down to D. There's also probably situations here where Austin opens a bingo, perhaps.
The tricky thing is, how does he do that while still? I mean, does he play something like WAP, W-A-P, or something like that? That's going to give uprooted.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could I could easily see making a play like that to create a second spot on the board, and that's going to be devastating for Austin if he does it, obviously.
And not only a second spot, but a second spot to have 2 big scoring bingos. He, lest we forget, he's made a great comeback. He's still down a lot of points. Not just bingoing isn't enough.
Yeah.
He needs to bingo for a lot. Catch Dave with some tiles on his rack, whatever. So he does need to force the issue here. And spread isn't really an issue for Dave for Austin anyway, I don't think. So he can he's got some he's got plenty of stuff to play with here.
Yeah, it's it's just realizing that Dave is a human being and is never going to let Austin play from that L, right? So what is the other threat that you have here? Nothing. If you're Austin, you have to make some other threat, or Dave can simply play short through the L and end this. So I'm just imagining that Austin is very likely to open something new, and the question is he? I feel like my play might be WAP. Maybe something like Patty through the AD of Zakats and Boyd. Is that safer? I mean, I don't love that play either.
I think as was it Megan Thee Stallion would agree, WAP is the play here.
Yeah, just joshing. Those 2 plays in the same game, slightly thematic. We'll see.
Yeah, Patty, also a reasonable play. I think he probably might get outscored too much, but he did just move, I think, the PI over to the side, which does, in fact, knock out Joked.
That'll be nice.
It would instantly end the game, right? IO, game over.
Right, outdoor, of course.
From Austin's perspective, seems reasonable.
Yeah, so either he plays Patty and gets hit with outdoor, or he plays WAP and gets hit with uprooted. So.
And I think the other thing to even consider is look at the pool that Austin is looking at. There's still a blank unseen to him.
And all good bingo tiles. Literally every tile that's remaining is a 1-point tile or a D that's not much more and is good for bingos. So this is a scary. This is like a no-win situation, really.
And I think that's why you just go ahead and play something like WAP. I think it's justified here.
Yeah. So Dave will get his triple if that is the play. Let's see. Oh man.
Yeah. Now, question for you, Will, with a rack of catnip. What is your brand of choice for Happy Cats?
That reminds me, it's been a while since I gave our cats any catnip, and they really do like it. So if anybody
Well,
has any catnip recommendations, I will be sure
there you
to
go.
take those into account.
There you go. You know, I will say I'm actually set up in such a way now that if we really did want to interview a player, we could probably do it pretty safely.
Wow.
Although you might not get to see both of us on the screen. I could jump off the screen and let them talk. So if there's anyone really wants to chat with, we could maybe see after the last round if we can get someone out here to talk. Let's see maybe who wins.
That would be cool. Yeah, we'll see if we can do that. It would be neat. So
yeah.
Thoughts on Eric? Oh, that's a cool idea.
Eric's a good guy.
Eric, yeah, Erickson Smith, that we've seen on stream a bunch. But what about Eric off of the E and the R of Fetial? That's reasonable. Of course, if
you get outscored way too much, I think
you do, yeah, you may still need points, but
yeah.
Pact opens an A hook, leaves the L line. That's true. Pact is another possibility off of the E of Mechanate.
Seems likely that Austin's going to he's had PI out for a while.
There it is.
Yeah, trying to talk himself out of it.
Yep. So there's Patty. And that's going to do it for this game because Outdoer or Outroad is going to come down and finish this guy off here.
Ooh, and there's and gets the two blanks.
Yeah, second blank. Yeah.
Will he at least get to bingo out for
after Outdoer
respectable
or Outroad? I'm not sure actually. So he has Cat, NR, and two blanks.
And
I guess not. Actually, yeah, I guess not. So Dave is going to go up to 513, and Austin has 384, and I don't believe he's going to have any option for. Pwn. Yeah, Pwn, a play that I miss all the time. Maybe that was the idea. Yeah,
it was suggested. It was I think the first play suggested by Noah SL a while back.
Okay, sorry I missed that one. Yeah.
No, probably would have been an improvement on Potty. I'm still in the WAP camp because it is an actual path to like victory.
Yeah, you need a massive bingo.
Yeah.
So it's not enough just to get a little one. So yeah, question: Is it a loss if the clock runs out? No, you simply start taking 10 points off your score for each minute you go overtime. So as soon as you go 1 second overtime, you lose 10 points. Then when you go a minute and 1 second overtime, a minute overtime, you lose another 10 points. So, yeah. So anyway, Dave is going to get this bingo down. He chooses Outdoer instead of Outroad. Probably not a big difference either way. Certainly from Austin's perspective, there are no bingos for him here. So, yeah.
Reenact almost fits, but no RC.
True. So Dave lives to fight another round. I wonder. Ultimacy says if only NP was a word for platonic, but even platonic, I think would have been not enough points in that situation. I think Dave is still going to be fine. Anyway, I wonder if this means Dave gets another crack at Austin. I guess that's somewhat dependent on the result of the other game, isn't it?
It will depend on that. We did see Josh and Dr. Bing go up for a challenge at one point, but that is, so far as the only information that I have, it does appear that their score has not been submitted yet.
Yeah, so they're still playing. They are still playing. So, wow, this was a crazy game. Austin did very well to continue to fight and give himself some pretty realistic winning chances, certainly after Fox. The score of the game was 366 to 338. Austin had come back from being down by approximately 140 points to cut that gap to 28 points. But Dave did very well from there. He bombed his cue, got 50 points, and made a very, very clever play of VERS, right? That VERS play suggested by Mind Games in the chat. That saved him from Austin bingoing a little bit earlier and preserved his winning chances in the game. So good job to Dave Koenig here.
Yeah, now it is worth noting, though, if Dave had not picked up that eye, I mean, really, a lot of this comes down to he picked up that one of the 2 remaining eyes for QI.
That was a huge pick.
One.
Yeah, for sure.
Who knows what happens if not for that? This is, potentially a very different story if he doesn't pick up one of those eyes.
Would Austin's chances? Yeah, interesting question. I mean,
probably not.
I just feel like you keep CFOW on your rack after that. Keeping CFW. Oh yeah, it's too much, and he picks up the Q, game's instantly over. For example, he's got to keep those spots open for himself so that the scoring will never stop, and the scoring will stop too much after SI. Very true. Very true. So, he had a blank, but I definitely think, with that open spot alongside Wifed, you can actually get some bingos sometimes holding VIC blank, but you really are never bingoing with VOCF blank there. So, I think I do prefer Austin's pathway. Not only that, because if he draws the Q himself, he has the eye to hit that spot. So I'm coming around to Austin's approach there. So Austin plays Nectar, and he has the second blank sitting there on his rack unused. That's always a bit tragic when that happens. So Dave has nothing left to do but find the best play for his A, E, and R, and that's going to be it for him. So a nice win. And again, we just wait and see who will get the coveted right to face off against Austin in round 20 for all the marbles. Very, very excited to see how this shakes out here.
It is always fun as a streamer or as an observer. You always want it to come down to the last game. Nothing personal to any of the players, but obviously we want to see it come down to the last moment. So obviously the entire stream certainly benefits from a Dave win here, just in the sense of the excitement being extended for one more game. But if nothing else, just a really, really fun game.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun to cut our teeth into this one. So the final score here, Dave Koenig, 525 to 416 for Austin Shin. And now we just bide our time. I think I'm going to take a quick restroom break, Conrad, if you can hold the fort for just a moment, and then I'll be back. And if you need to do the same, we can do that. So
I did a minute ago, so I think I'll probably be okay. And who knows, someone may show up here anyway.
Cool. All right, be right back. Be right back. Thank you.
Yeah, I will talk about things and have my nice relaxing voice with the calm music in the background. We are here at the 10th Annual Crescent City Cup. We've just finished the most exciting round 19 game. We have one more game with the finals between Austin Shin and we don't know yet. It's like I don't know, is it like Blue Division or something? The original streamer. Yeah, still waiting on a score from Josh and Dave. As we noted, if Josh wins against Dave Wiegand, he will play Austin for all of the marbles. If he loses to Dave Wiegand, Koenig will play Austin Shin for the same amount of marbles. There are the exact amount of marbles, or as they may be, orbs, to be had by the winner, and 1,200 marbles is what it sounds like. I didn't actually know what the amount of marbles or orbs that were being played for. Looks like we have hit the 120 mark on the stream for the first time, which is pretty cool. Please tell all your friends to come watch for the final game, twitch.tv/Scrabble. And a reminder, we haven't talked about this too much, but it's pretty cool that we're streaming on twitch.tv/Scrabble, huh? I don't know. I think that's pretty darn cool that we are actually using the name. So one more game, throw it in chat. Who do you think is going to be the champion of this event? I do not believe that Josh or Koenig have won this event before. Austin is, of course, we know, and have mentioned a couple times, has won this event before. But all fantastic players in their own right. It looks like 14 Domino is going to have to finally miss a game. I think he had been here for almost all of them.
Very consistent. I'm back, by the way.
Yeah, we will miss you dearly. But best of luck to all the contestants, indeed. Any cat sightings while you were gone, Will? I mean, obviously.
Yes, they were laying on the.
Cares about.
Yeah, they were chilling on the carpet. I gave them a quick pet, but I had to get back. We got one more game to cover here at some point, so cats will maybe I'll stream on my own channel later and just do cat only for all you folks in the chat that are demanding cat content. But yeah, so I take it probably no extra info about. Oh wow! So Dave Wiegand defeats Josh Castellano.
All right. Well,
so maybe it's Dave. Oh no, it's Dave Koenig, right?
It is. You're correct. It is Dave.
Yeah.
You are right. As per
I had a great chance of being correct when I said Dave is probably playing next, just because so many of them are doing well. But yeah, it is very, very likely, I think. I don't want to say for sure. Again, I'm very dumb with pairings and stuff like that. But I'm pretty sure that we are in for a rematch of these two players coming very soon. So awesome. So this is it. It's going to come down to this for all the marbles here. Dave Koenig and Austin Shin. Austin, one of the organizers of the Crescent City Cup, along with his wife, Lindsay, and his mother-in-law, Lindsay's mom, Lila Crotty. Really amazing job to all of the organizers and staff at the Crescent City Cup. Again, another shout out to producer Christian. If you are enjoying the look and feel of the stream, it is really... It is all his doing. I wish I had the ability to do what he's done. So don't give me credit. It's all Christian K behind the scenes. So, yeah, while we wait, let's continue to shout out also the fact that, the sponsorship from PlayScrabble.com and Scrabble Go in large part has helped the stream along quite a bit. We have new streaming equipment. We have defrayed tournament expenses that's benefiting all players at the event, and some prize pools for the players, which at some point I bet we're going to, I don't know if we have plans of broadcasting the award ceremony, but I assume that we may see that. Okay, there is a plan to broadcast the award ceremony, so it'll be a treat to see who comes away with some of that extra cash. Just want to continue to shout that out. PlayScrabble.com, powering the stream here. Really, really want to continue to emphasize that we want this site to be successful. I've been playing on it on this Twitch channel. I'm going to be streaming on Scrabble Twitch here every Tuesday afternoon. And very soon we will have our first sponsored streamer, and that is none other than Axer Typo. So we're going to have lots of great content coming to this channel, not just content like this. So it's very exciting. And if you're watching along and saying, boy, I don't want to miss any of it, make sure you give a follow. As I'm hearing a lot of background noise.
Yeah, I may end up having to mute myself a little bit because obviously the players do not care about the stream as they shouldn't. One question that I see in the chat from Raw Jersey that Will, I think it would have to be up to you to answer, not me, is when is the next proposed live sponsored stream tourney? Would you say that the answer is stay tuned or?
I would, yeah. I would say that for sure there will be more sponsored tournaments like this. I think basically we're waiting to see how this went and then gauge how aggressively we want to pursue more opportunities like this. But I absolutely believe that this is going to start to be a core pillar of this channel. You're going to see content like this of live over-the-board Scrabble tournaments on a regular basis. So really, really excited for that. I can't even hear myself think right now. Sorry.
Is it that bad? I can mute myself for a bit. I'm used
Maybe
to.
just push to talk. Can we do push to talk or something?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm used to Google, which has really good background canceling. So yeah, I'll kind of mute myself for a minute.
Cool. Sorry about that. But yeah, so I definitely think that more events on the calendar will get this type of treatment for sure. The only question is when and which. So we've targeted a whole bunch. Obviously, the Crescent City Cup, a perfect start for this sort of thing, just because it is really one of the largest profile events on the Scrabble calendar each year. Very reliably good fields. And Christian and the whole staff organizing team of Crescent City are really, really talented at putting a great stream together. So it was a really logical first choice. But we wanted to sort of be par for the course that if you have a big Scrabble event that you're holding, we want there to be coverage. We want people that aren't there to see the action, follow along, and hopefully we can continue to grow our audience into other gaming communities and fans of Scrabble that, frankly, still we don't have the greatest visibility. Not everyone that loves Scrabble knows that we're here, knows what we're doing, knows that we exist, and I think there's huge, huge potential there. So again, just to go back to our sponsor, playscrabble.com, this is going to be a huge part of this channel as well. You're going to see online events. We're rolling out a tournament capability very soon. We have some big, big ambitions for online Scrabble, of course, and then having our over-the-board Scrabble community to augment that and to show off the best players in the world that's who we have. That's what we can offer in our community. We have the best Scrabble players in the world in our midst, and let's show these amazing players and their talents to the world in ways that we really haven't done consistently before. So it's exciting. This is just the start. So yeah. So. Yeah, I just want to also thank everybody that's been sort of sharing. We don't have to cut to these again, but I've seen lots of awesome posts from the venue, from people who have been playing on Scrabble Go and Scrabble Web. It seems like it's been a really, really awesome time. I know that, it's a little bit different now that the pandemic is still ongoing and we have to do things a little differently than we've done them in the past at live tournaments. But really hoping that at some point we're going to add more bells and whistles to the coverage, interviews with players, all sorts of other stuff. All right, some good comments in the chat. What should we be first at next year? Allowing dogs and cats, having a cat and dog room where you can go and de-stress after. That would be pretty awesome. Daily plug for the Collins tournament in Austin, Texas. In April 2nd and 3rd. That should be a great event. Definitely looking at that event pretty carefully. You might be seeing some coverage of that on Twitch at some point. AI Brady says, when are we getting our first ASMR poolside Scrabble tournament? That's pretty amazing. So yeah, I don't know. Lots of Scrabble variants are possible. So And let's see. It would be nice to have an official Scrabble Hall of Fame. That's a great suggestion. There's definitely, I think, again, I have this vision that for me, I've been watching chess on Twitch for the better part of 2 years. I'm not a chess player. I've gotten into it a little bit, enough to understand the game. And somehow I know all of the best chess players, rather, in the world, right? Like just by watching on Twitch, I know who they all are. I can name all the best chess players in the world. I've seen them compete constantly in all of their events for the last 2 years. And I have a vision that we can do the same thing in Scrabble, and that we can do stuff like a Scrabble Hall of Fame. And that our brightest lights in our community, if you're a really passionate casual Scrabble player, you're going to know who the best Scrabble players in the world are. That's my hope. Womble ISC says, what is blank, blank, blank? Oh, it must be a link that was auto-modded. Sorry about that. Is it another Scrabble Go interface? Is it Woogles or something different? I would say it is much closer to... Yes, got you, Wombles. It is much closer to classic Scrabble, the sort of Scrabble that you would see on Woogles. Definitely a huge shout out to Woogles, an incredibly polished, smooth user experience, something for us to aspire to. But it is going to be a very distinct product from Scrabble Go. Scrabble Go is a modern twist on Scrabble. A lot of people like that. Some don't like it as much. And for those that don't like that modern twist on Scrabble, playscrabble.com is a much more streamlined, simplistic experience for a purist, whether that be a tournament player or the more casual players who were unhappy with Scrabble Go for various reasons. Playscrabble.com should make those people very happy. I'm hopeful. So let's see. Halls of Fame are lame, says Jalamic. Fair enough. Mind Games Incorporated says, will you guys be covering MGI events? That is definitely on my radar in a big way. I think the coverage that I have done of MGI events on my own personal channel is just the start of the partnership that we can have with MGI, which, of course, a wonderful organization that is very, very well established in Nigeria and surrounding areas of Africa, where Scrabble is just a craze and has an incredible number of strong expert players. Many have noticed that Nigeria has potentially the most experts of any country, pound for pound, maybe the strongest Scrabble playing country in the world right now. So definitely hopeful to tap into that for sure. Scott says, love to watch chess players draw 95% of the time. That's definitely, that's a flaw that they're aware of. They do lots of blitz chess, lots of variants of chess that are a little more lively, that don't end in draws. Something we can think about too in Scrabble. Thank you very much to Tile Rack for the kind words. Raw Jersey asks, any plans to cover WGPO events? Absolutely, yes. I would say in general, my view for the future of Scrabble is we need all the positive energy that we can come by wherever we can get it, whatever organization that is a part of. So I am never going to, discount. We're going to have events that are run by Coco, going to have events run by Wigpo. All of those organizations have awesome people that are working towards the best and brightest future of the game. So, for sure. Do we have the trademark rights to say Scrabble is Scrabble? I don't know. I think if ever we did, it would be on a channel of twitch.tv/Scrabble, right? We got that, so that's a good sign. I'm guessing that just to bring it back to the event just for a moment, I'm seeing the players are not there yet. I'm pretty sure all the divisions are just sanity checking all the pairings just to make sure that everybody is playing who they quote unquote ought to play to give them the best chance to control their own destiny. So, yeah, Conrad says he can hear the players, so he's still muted. Sorry about that. At some point, they'll quiet down, but yeah. So, yeah, but a lot of cool stuff on the docket for 2022. And again, a lot of it is going to revolve around the success of partnerships between our neck of the woods in the tournament community and the digital platforms where we're trying to have live play be part of this broader Scrabble world that also takes place on Scrabble Go and playscrabble.com. So, again, go ahead. Sorry.
I want to unmute one more time just to say that a lot of this, cannot happen without volunteer work and intrinsic motivation. So if you want to help be a part of, what's next for our game, even just starting by, watching like you've been doing and sharing with your friends, and of course, dropping a follow for either, this channel, for Will, for myself, or anyone else, always welcomes. But if you're interested in getting involved, just anything from volunteering on building platforms to running tournaments to streaming, please do not hesitate to reach out. Certainly don't hesitate to reach out to me. I doubt Will would turn me away either. That's how we're going to keep doing this. The community is going to be a huge part, and we invite you all to be a part of it.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And with that, our players are sitting down and squaring up the tiles for round 20, our final round, a rematch of the previous round 19 matchup. Austin Shin versus Dave Koenig. Now, what is the actual situation here? I think the winner of this game will be the winner of the tournament, and that's that, right? There's no more trickiness to it than that. We've come down to this. Am I mistaken there?
That seems right. I think it's a tie would still keep Austin up.
Okay, so in the event of a tie, which is pretty rare, hopefully we get a game that has the potential to become a tie, because that would mean it's a close, exciting game. But this is it. It's all come down to this. The winner of this event will be the winner of the 10th Annual Crescent City Cup Open Division. So
I think probably the only other interesting thing, that the players might consider is for what happens if you lose this game. Now, Dave Wiegand and Josh Castellano are playing. The winner of that, can jump into second place. Dave Koenig needs to win the game. It's like basically, from Dave's position, he cannot get second place short of a tie because one of either Josh or Dr. Bing, Dave Wiegand, will pass him. Whereas for Austin, stays in second place with a loss if Josh wins or if Dave Wiegand is not able to overcome 200 spread points. So in a sense, slightly more on the line for Koenig, who really isn't going to get second place. He's kind of first.
He's either going to get first or he's going to drop further. So yeah, true. Interesting. I wasn't thinking about that. So Austin definitely in slightly stronger position to finish with a nice high finish, even if he loses. But ultimately, we think of this tournament in who was the winner, and that will be determined in this game that we're about to watch. So let's see how it unfolds. Austin going first.
And so these two are one and one, or is this their fourth time? I don't remember how many times they've played.
It's possible they've played off stream. Yeah. All right. So Austin off to the races here. It looked like he was going to potentially have a bingo with his table, ABLET, and then the extra T and W sort of stopped that dream. But he can definitely start off the game with a decent play here. He looks like he's thinking about just blah. I don't think he's not going to play blah. I don't think. He probably should use a T here. Or maybe, I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know. I mean, you can always go longer, I guess. Waddle.
Yeah, Waddle looks fine, right? I feel like eventually he may come around to trying Waddle. But if he puts that T on the board, which it seems very, very likely that he will, there's going to be a bingo in response for Dave of Oysterer. Yeah. So let's see. If somehow Austin plays Blah here, that would be just unbelievable, like Neo from the Matrix dodging bullets here, I think. Right? Because that T is the difference for Dave's rack. Of course, there's no way you can know that sitting in Austin's shoes right now. There's just how could you possibly know that the T hitting the board is the difference between bingoing and not? But in general, I will say this. When you're thinking about an opening move, every subsequent letter that you put on the board does give your opponent a chance to bingo through it that they wouldn't have normally. That's why a lot of the time exchanging tiles ends up being a good choice at the start of the game because you're avoiding those situations, as Dave clearly was thinking of Oysterer in his head already. As soon as he sees the T hit the board, he plays his bingo. That's very impressive. Obviously, it just shows that that word recognition of seeing Oysterer before he even had the T on the board. That's what you're really aiming for when you're learning Scrabble words. You want to make sure that you can see the possibilities even before they hit the board. That's what preparation does for you.
Yeah, and even just, on the most general of levels is, you get 25 minutes per game, but no, you really get 25 minutes a game plus your opponent's time. And that using your opponent's time wisely is like really, 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 really important. Does look like Austin is going to have a pretty simple couple of bingos back through those R's. I'm sure he'll find one of them.
Down they go. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't even know how to pronounce Bleuâtre.
Bleuâtre.
I don't speak French, and I turned my keyboard into katakana. So let's fix all of these things. I was mostly just going to confirm that does not take an S.
That is an adjective. Yeah, let's just look in the chat at bleuâtre. This word is an adjective originally from French. Of course, we steal a lot of, it doesn't want to be able to say ugly. Sorry, Shalisi, you can say ugly. Automod is very overzealous sometimes. But man, I think I'm going to guess that both of these players are going to be confident that that word does not take an S. I really don't think we're going to see that pluralized erroneously in this game. For me, my question, I saw Noah SL point out Enoki to the triple at the top middle of the board, making IO. But will Dave see non-kin? Non-kin would be just a really good play from that top part of the board for 52 points.
Yeah. And for context, my rating is up there with both of these players, and I would not. So.
Yeah, those who are not kin are non-kin. So, that would just be, I think, clearly the best play. Arden asks, are words from all other language accepted? And the answer is definitely not. It's, I think, generally, a word like ciao, right? CIAO. That word is Italian. And the reason that we have it here is it's used enough in English language usage by English speakers who say ciao to each other that we have it in here. So basically, we borrow the stuff from other languages that has sufficient usage in English to be such as that we would need to define them as part of an English language dictionary. So I'm not sure I've ever heard anybody say something is blue by calling it bleuâtre, but surely somebody did at some point in time because that's why we have it.
And I think to Will's point is that there's no actual logic to this, so you should never consider anything logical about the dictionary. And at the end of the day, that's why we keep talking about why we don't need to know the meanings of the words. Because if you sat there and tried to figure out why is X, Y, and Z word that I think should be a word, not a word, chances are no one's going to give you a good answer.
Yeah, it does boil down to, as Nibiu says, hello to Nibiu in the chat, that citations Depending on the way that the dictionary is populated. Oh man, this is a big whiff. Not just compared to non-kin, but even just Inoki scoring 44 points instead of Tonk, which still keeps 2 ends but only scores 24. That looks like just a flat out miss there.
Do you think he missed Inoki, or do you think he just missed IO?
I don't know. It's hard to say. That is a big swing. Just that Dave only scored 24 points there when he had a play that would have scored 52. So that's more than double the points of his play that he just left on the board. So meanwhile, Dave's drawn well. He's drawn a Z. I think something else. I don't know if Austin, unfortunately for Austin, he doesn't have enough vowels to reach that triple at the top of the board. He literally has no play that kind of goes all the way up there. So what's he going to play that could possibly block Dave from playing something like Dizen up there on the next turn?
I mean, unless his best play is some random thing through the O or the Y, it's certainly possible that it's gonna stay open.
Maybe he'll play Form through the O. It's possible. Yeah. And there we go. Okay, so just in time too. So Form is the play. And that saves, I think, well, there's still a good Z spot parallel to Tonk. So I think there was no avoiding getting hit pretty hard by the Z for Austin here. But I think he saved himself a little bit of grief.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's Austin up to 102 after that play. Dave at 87 still, but he's about to hit a good Z play. Oh, man. What's this? Okay, well, this is a reasonable play, but again, some points and maybe leave value as well left on the board by not playing Nazi through the A of Bouchard.
Yeah,
so maybe just a little nerves. I'm not sure.
You know what it was is that Dave is actually looking at he's intuiting Austin's tiles and knew that Austin's only valid bingo was going to be tympanum, and so this way he blocks it.
Oh man, that's amazing. So Austin did have a bingo through the M of Form, incredibly. So Dave has managed to block it. Yikes. That's obviously a tough blow for Austin there. A rack that doesn't score super well. It could score well on some boards, but not this one. There's not a lot of stuff that he can do. I guess he can play parallel to the Z with something that scores like 30 points, but that's not great. And he would much rather have bingoed through that M of Form. Would have scored quite nicely with this difficult rack. Sumpiten. Yeah, there would have been a bingo from the S too if it was in a different place. I'm seeing now. Austin spelling out on his rack.
Same with the L, as we all know and love Puneet Sharma, affectionately known as Platinum Puneet. Also saw Hutamina.
Oh my God, this is a shockingly good 7-letter stem. Look at all those 8-letter words that come from this with good letters too.
Yeah.
LSM, what
on a wide open board like this, you'd think, and in fairness, the M was seemingly going to stay open, but sometimes you benefit from an inadvertent mistake, and sometimes you don't benefit from your opponent's play.
Yeah, that's certainly more. Right, more often. So in Scrabble, that is a bedeviling thing, right? Like sometimes over the long haul, the mistakes that you make are so-called because they hurt your chances of winning over the long haul. But in any individual game, it's very possible that you could make a quote-unquote mistake that would actually serve you extremely well in that specific game, right? So Dizen, I think, is a slight mistake over Nazi through the A of Bouchard. Tonk is a huge mistake over non-kin. But this is sometimes to win a tournament, you need that timing, right? You need your mistakes. Nobody really, is mistake free. Very few of us can claim to be a mistake-free Scrabble player over a long haul. So there's always a little bit of timing and luck that goes into, are your mistakes going to be punished, or maybe you're going to make some mistakes that actually help you at this tournament. That happens sometimes. So, yeah, what will we see here? Idea of possibly bump going down from the B of Bluatra. The reason you would do that is simply because the M and the P, your high scoring letters, preventing you from bingoing as effectively. The U, also your weakest vowel, leaving yourself all these good bingo tiles to hit. Honestly, there's a lot of good tiles open here to bingo. You've got the D, the I of Dizen, the E of Bluatra, the N of Tonk, R of Oysterer. There's good tiles to bingo to all over the board here.
Yeah, and this is one of those games where, like, I mean, you know, in the funny way, like, the scoring likely will not stop this game.
True.
But that said, like, you know, what it really means is good luck trying to close this board off anytime soon. And really, you know, either of them are probably in good shape to just try to score points.
Oh, good. Okay, Dave here, he doesn't whiff on this one. He finds his best play by a mile of Pluff. That is going to be easily the best play. And Austin has an absolute hammer in response. Noah SL calls it out. Oh, man.
Is coming.
Huge. A huge draw of Thionate. It's going to hit 2 double word scores in one move for a total of 94 points. No way Austin misses this here. Good question from Arden in the chat, Conrad.
Yeah, are you throwing this one at me? I mean,
sure.
Basically, if two players are equally good, then, you know, if you could somehow control for the fact that two players are exactly equally good, then within reason, all other variables held constant, then it would entirely come up to tile drag, right? If you can have all those other variables controlled, but generally speaking, you know, you can't. Maybe someone is trying to avoid not getting third place, you know, has more on the line. Maybe someone has more anxiety. You know, like, take me and Will, for example. I think we're pretty even in terms of our Scrabble abilities, but I might get, you know, more anxious, say, before a final game. So maybe in that case, Will has a slight advantage. But in the middle of a tournament, you know, that's less there. So I think it really depends how many variables you think you can control. But really, the better player, you know, is going to win more. The person who makes fewer mistakes is going to win more. Could give a much more detailed answer, but I think that's kind of I don't know. Am I missing anything?
No, that sounds pretty accurate to me. I definitely, you know, just to the specific question of, like, the two of us, I feel like the only thing that matters is how well studied are you. And if you are on your word knowledge game, then I think you got me beat. If you haven't been studying super hard, now it starts to get murkier, because you're a better play picker than I am, and I'm a better word finder than you are. So it's very interesting to think about that specifically. But I think your ceiling is clearly higher than mine. But that's for a debate for another day. Dave with the Q plays it for 24, and the score of this game is super, super close here. 216 to 202. So Thionate did wonders for Austin's winning chances here. But man, I'm hoping it looks like we have a close game on our hands here, which is all I wanted. So, yeah, we'll see. Austin's got some weird tiles, but there's definitely some spots on the board where he'll be able to wring some points out of this rack.
But noting that Dave has already spotted, as Natalie did in the chat, Anhedral does play.
Anhedral, a big threat. You see, Dave, he spelled it out. The L of Pluff is tempting him right there. All he needs is for that L to stay open, and he's going to hit a great bingo.
But it's looking to me like Austin has Iotic spelled out on his rack, which, unless I'm missing something, would in fact
man,
go back into pulling from all those orbs he has saved up.
Iotic.
Can Austin do it again?
Yeah, playing alongside Thionate, making the two-letter word of ch. that
Yeah.
will block and preserve Austin's lead in this game, I think, if he's able to play that. And frankly, I think that's a pretty good play. Other options for him would be I don't know why it doesn't, that's so funny. Automod doesn't want me to say prawn for pronoun, which come on, we gotta let it. I understand that, but we gotta let the
and it doesn't actually mute the valid spelling, which is PR0N.
yeah, I guess not. That's so funny. So Automod's not on its game either. But yeah, I mean, other options for Austin here could be like something like gonad through the N of chin. Again, not looking to get canceled by Twitch by talking about gonads and whatever else, but that scores quite well. The issue with it is it leaves CII, and there are a bunch of I's still to come. In just a few turns, we'll show you guys the tracking of this pivotal game. Again, this is it. It's round 20. We are at the exciting conclusion. The winner of this game will be the winner of the Crescent City Cup 2022. And it is locked up right now, incredibly close. Austin with a tricky rack. It looked like he was considering a play that blocked Dave's potential bingo of anhedral, which if Dave gets that down, it's huge for him here.
Yeah, though we would be remiss in not noting that if he does block it, it's not like Dave doesn't have some huge plays in the bottom left, like say
Raffi or Raff, yeah.
Rafi.
Man, yeah, Raffi Stern, Raphae.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is Austin. Wow, look at the clock here, actually. So I know that we were a little critical of Dave's first couple moves, but, to the extent that he played them quickly, and now he's up by over 7 minutes on the clock of Austin in this pivotal game. We'll just have to see whether that factors in. Austin is more than capable of playing with good pace. So this is a tricky turn. Oh man, he might be playing Adagio or Agio somewhere. He could play Agio parallel to Tonk here, and it would make total sense. But it would be a huge swing here. I really do like Iotic here, though.
It does maximize, or not maximize. It does give him good chances, given his lead of drawing a bingo next turn. Should he play Agio in terms of his lead, but also blocking some critical lanes.
And I do like Iotic here, though. I know that maybe that's motivated a little bit by quote unquote commentator omniscience and being able to see everything. Oh, there's Agio. Okay. Yep. Huge. So this is a reasonable choice for sure. This is not like a massive mistake compared to Iotic and other plays, Gonad, Imago, Adagio, whatever else. But This is in this particular game, this is going to be a huge swing. Dave Koenig is about to play anhedral for 78, and that's going to give him a big lead. Austin's rack really no better than the previous turn either. At least he has an A to play through. That might help him.
Probably, yeah, Gallic or something does score well to kind of,
totally
stay within
range for sure.
Yeah, kind of just within tempo even, really, right? Like he's down 45. He's not really that far behind. It's really just whoever bingo's next is going to be in a great shape. But, this kind of gives Dave the first clear advantage for anyone in this game.
For sure. Both blanks still to come, too. Those blanks looming large. Is Dave going to pluck one out of the bag? Not yet.
He's the pluff one.
He could pluff one at any time. Oh, man. So he has good scoring tiles. Certainly no hope to bingo here. Arden, I'm just getting the tracking up now. We should be able to have the tracking available from Austin's point of view here. So the players are actually, you see them writing on their notepads. That's one of the main things that they're writing down. So Austin with his clipboard to his right, and Dave with a little sheet of paper that's on his lap. You see he has some kind of little legal pad thing on his lap. So the players are keeping track. Every play that's made You're ticking off on however you want to keep track of stuff. Oh, and Caligo is the play. That is a totally reasonable play compared to Gallic, right?
Yep.
Keeping DL compared to DO, but this is going to get met with a massive X play by Dave in response. So Dave Koenig's winning chances continuing to improve here. He's going to hit this X spot very hard. All he has to do, really, really good 2-letter word for all of you novices in the chat that haven't played as much Scrabble. One of the most important Scrabble words to learn, XU. Zoo, I guess you would say. I'm not sure. Currency of Vietnam. Wow, you're not allowed to say noob. Jeez, automod. So yeah, Dave should waste no time here. This is clearly what he should be doing, scoring 50 points with his X and increasing his lead even further. Yeah. Yikes.
Fortunately, doblones is the plural of doblon, not doblone. So while Austin might bop Dave imminently, it is not the bop that you're looking for. Would love some, if he does play, would appreciate some bops in chat.
Oh yeah, bop for sure.
But look at that. There's the blank for Dave, and the actual bop that he's looking for.
Yeah, that's huge. So Dave picks the blank after bombing his X, and things looking very good for him here now.
Yeah, I mean he's got a spot to bingo. So if he gets that down, you can let the chat look for a sec if they want. But Austin would have to pull off another miracle.
I mean, not only does he have a spot, but he could, even if the spot stays open, he could just play ropey for 39 in the lower left and just keep the blank if he wants. So Dave's got a lot of good options coming for him here too. I guess the first order of business is, what should Austin do? As Fern Plant points out, revisory. Nice to see you, by the way, Fern Plant. And yeah, that would go down with the R of, well, no, it goes through the E, I guess, of oysterer, right? Oh, man. I actually didn't see that. Yeah, so very interesting. Why doesn't, man, automod. So, all right, we'll just see. I guess Austin could play. It's kind of weird, but like, yeah, what should he play here? I'm still kind of working that out. I guess bop is an option, keeping all of your good bingo tiles. I was wondering if maybe like playing boned through the N of chin might be nice. You collect a few extra points. The problem with that is you don't open anything for yourself. In fact, you close.
You could play Dob instead. Right?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. Tricky.
Just Ob, also a reasonable.
Ob parallel to thionate, hitting the B on the triple letter score. That looks pretty good to me. I think I would favor that. You keep a little bit better bingo tiles. Tricky move. Tournament hanging in the balance here.
Yeah, I think bound is the other thing I was gonna suggest. It's like he's got it spelled out.
That looks good. Yeah, that looks fine.
The scoring doesn't stop, which is
that's
as
a
we
key.
all know, with our chat omniscience, we know that Austin cannot afford to let scoring stop now.
Yeah. So this is interesting. I mean, bound is going to be a really good score. Dave can then respond with revisory, or if he wants, as I said, he can play. He doesn't have to bingo. He can be patient. He'll still have the lead after a play like ropey. And frankly, putting an R out in the lower left part of the board is a decent letter to put there to eventually bingo. But maybe he shouldn't be worried about that. Is bound better than bool? Maybe not with all those E's to come. Good call, Mo Green. It's possible that you want to keep that D because of the form took. Yeah. Makes sense. Bool might be slightly better. These tiny little details. Good call out. Okay, so bound. Oh, let's see. Wait. He's thinking.
Oh, no.
Tiles get pulled up. Man, Austin, this is another tricky situation, but I have to say the time gap between them is now getting upwards of 13 minutes. It's going to be shortly. This is huge. So Dave, not only is he on the cusp of, breaking this open with another bingo, he can just start time rushing Austin a little bit too. There's a lot of game left.
Yeah, definitely. We will see.
Okay, Boond. Okay, that's interesting. I think this again is not quite as good as Boole, but just to keep that D hook, but that's a nice spot. So cutting the gap quite a bit. Let's get the tracking right here.
Yeah, and what you all couldn't see, but where I could see from where I'm sitting is Austin's entire family walking by, his wife, Lindsay, two stepkids, and his own kid, Oliver, as well, and they just look all very adorable, all walking by together. For those of you who don't know, Austin had a COVID baby, I believe, which is pretty freaking cool. Adding yet another potential new Scrabbler.
I know. Imagine. He's playing Scrabble at the highest level. He's been in top position for most of this tournament. He's been instrumental in organizing everything behind the scenes, and he's a new father too. Yeah. So it's a lot going on for Austin right now. Yeah. Oh, okay. So, all right. Austin playing Iwi at the top of the board. Another very, very helpful word to know. But Dave is for sure going to bingo now. Ropey was a great, play. As I said, the R often turns into a really nice tile to end a bingo to, and Dave is going to be able to play something down there to that R, such as Servicer, if he wants to. That's going to be an 89-point bingo that opens nothing back for Austin on that left side of the board to the R of Ropey. This could be real trouble, if not fatal, to Austin's win chances here. You get this?
Pretty much. Because he's still no bingo drawn for him. Looks like they're checking scores here is my best guess.
Okay.
But yeah, assuming something like, something down from forms gives Austin something like, say, Navalia, but that doesn't take an S.
Yeah, that's tough. Service and Chins, another play that scores a lot. It scores 82. Of course, it does give some good lanes back. But again, Dave's going to be up a lot after his next play. So it's going to take... I honestly, after Dave bingos here, and he's got ample time to find as many bingos as he needs, he's going to be up by, let's assume he plays Servicer. He's going to be up by 134.
Yeah, I stopped because
That is...
The question for you, given that spread does not matter, do you ever play something with forms here just to so far reduce volatility? You pretty much kill everything except the N and the K and the R. Would you ever consider taking the point hit here just to remove volatility?
He is doing that.
Yeah.
He's going to play something like Ceviche here. How interesting. Or wait. Oh, he's playing devices. Okay. Similar play.
That one's actually I think worse because the J is still unseen, which also allows for that bingo plus big play. So I think that's a slight,
maybe a slight improvement to be had there, but this is still, if to your point, this uses up an incredible amount of space on the board. It should take only one more play to the left of devices to just cut off the entire right side of the board, pending Austin's attempts to reopen it, of course.
File probably will come down pretty fast.
Yeah, I agree. So anyway, devices for Dave is going to bring him to 449 to Austin's 324, and this is getting closer than ever to GG territory. Oh, there it is. Deterger getting set up to go down to that R of ropey, and that looks like it's going to do it. There's no way Austin's blocking. That's that R on the right side of the board. And basically, we can now say almost, I mean, with 100% certainty, this is going to be Dave Koenig's tournament to win.
Yeah.
I don't want anyone to be in a situation like that.
Yeah, the deterger, the definition of deterger is
and
those
it's
two.
so cool to like just having watched these, us plus 150 some people now have been
Oh my
watching.
God, is that the view count? Amazing.
Yeah, it's just like we've seen all the things that had to happen for these two players, maybe it's skill, luck, whatever, or bad luck, one way or the other, to actually see like what they've gone through. Dave picking up that I for QI last game, or getting away with Meadowed against Austin, or Austin's crazy comeback against Praneet. Like, we've gotten to see all these things unfold over time, but if any one of those things went different,
We wouldn't be here at
who
this,
knows?
yeah, exactly. We
Isn't
wouldn't
it?
be at
So-
this precise stage here.
yeah.
And to me, that's part of why I know in the past we sort of jump around from different divisions of this tournament. The only
Okay.
way to cover these tournaments is to stick with one division and tell that story from start to finish. It's such a richer experience as a narrative. If you've been here watching for most or all of our broadcast, you've seen the ups and downs for both of these players. You saw Dave Koenig open a triple lane and get hammered by Rashid Balagun in a heartbreaking game. And here he is on the cusp of coming up with a pretty huge win in the decisive game of the Crescent City Cup, round 20. So all that's left, I would be stunned if he didn't see Deterger here.
Yeah, so perhaps I can go in. I'll use the excuse of needing to use the restroom, and maybe we can grab Dave for a brief.
For sure, yeah, we could potentially. Yeah, that would be cool to see if Dave wants to tell us. So yeah. So anyway, Dave has 14 minutes to Austin's 2. He can think about this as long as he wants, right? He has a lot of time. So I fully expect him to find Deterger. It is worth noting, if he misses that, he has Delegate through the L too. So he's got play, and there it is. It's starting to come down. Deterger, the clinching blow of this game and of the tournament for Dave. He's going to go up by a boatload here, and that's going to do it. Unseen tiles no longer relevant, as Austin has, and it looks like Dave is going to draw SIS out of the bag as his final 2 tiles. So yeah, the scoring did slow down a little bit too much. Austin's, I mean, it's hard to find too much that I would do different. Agio, we're going to look at Agio as a game-turning play, and Iotic would have blocked Anhedral and changed the entire complexion of the game. But it's really easy for us to say that sitting here, looking at both players' racks, a lot harder sitting over the board and not knowing all the millions of possibilities that your opponent can have on any given turn. So, this is just a ton of interesting positions to sort of cut our teeth into in this game and all of our games today and yesterday. After day 1 did have a few too many blowouts for my liking, but really great Scrabble to watch. Really appreciate everybody's kind words in the chat, and we thank you guys for being here. But a couple more plays left yet here before it's a final.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I will try to go in and see if Dave would like to come say a few words.
Awesome.
Sure, he might want to, and then I do believe we will be also streaming the awards ceremony, although I don't necessarily know if that'll be us per se. But it would be a good little intermission in between. So I think with that, I will step away for a moment and hand it to you for a minute, Will.
Sure, yeah. We'll wait and see if Conrad can wrangle Dave over to talk about his win. This is not an easy tournament to win. It's not something that I myself have accomplished. Austin won it in 2020 and came a hair's breadth away from winning it again this year, but Dave Koenig stops him just short in the final game. Final score, Dave Koenig 549, Austin Shin 391. Congratulations to Dave Koenig, our winner at the 2022 Crescent City Cup. Really cool. Yeah, I mean, it was a wild ride for Dave. You can see he had a tie on his resume there. That's not that's always kind of a weird thing that happens that throws your tournament into a little bit of chaos, just because you no longer need to worry usually about your point spread. So Dave could probably play a little bit more free and easy, knowing that with that tie, it wasn't that likely that he was going to need his point spread as a tiebreaker. And yeah, just really well played by him. And Austin, to get this close with all the other stuff that he's juggling, amazing job. So we'll just have to see how the other games shake out. There's definitely the game between Dave Wiegand and Josh Castellano will determine some of the top group. It's not a lock that Austin will be in second place after this, just because he did lose by quite a lot. So it's very possible that if Dave Wiegand defeats Josh Castellano by any number of points, he could vault past Austin into second place, which would be a great effort for him as well. Hey, appreciate everybody. Thank you to AI Brady, Sidewinder, Tactics, Raw Jersey, Shalisi, Zevkov, Natalie Zed. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys for being here. All the other kind words. So yeah, we're going to potentially, once these two guys debrief, we are potentially going to get some insight from Dave about his tournament win. Thank you also to B. Keith, Seth Lipkin, Womble ISC, Quixotic N. Yeah, Arden13, actually really appreciate your questions. Really, it is a personal mission of mine to make these broadcasts more accessible for first-time viewers of Scrabble, and that can be challenging sometimes. We get into these kind of, as a Scrabble player myself, I definitely feel like sometimes I lose the track of the thread of, we need to make these broadcasts accessible for everybody. It's easy for us to reach out to our core audience and use verbiage and terms and a commentary style that's sort of accessible if you are already within our world, but we got to do better at doing that outreach and making this fun for anyone to watch. So sorry, Key Lime Guy, did I neglect you? I apologize. I didn't see. I might have missed a message in there, but I thank everybody. So.
So I chatted with Dave, and man, my takeaway was you could cut the tension in that part of the room with a knife. Those two are clearly just coming out of a very, very intense game. Dave said he might stop by in a couple of minutes. I think he was just settling down. I told him to come by anytime he wants. So got some questions ready in case he shows up. If not, wow.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, for me, I often sometimes cringe at, the on-field interviews right after a sporting event is complete. And you see these like star athletes who are being asked these in-depth questions about, like, what were you thinking about on this play of the game, right? What were you thinking about here? And, the quarterback or the pitcher, whoever you're talking to, is just like, man, I can't even think about that right now. I'm just so happy we won the game, right? Like, all the emotions are so high. And not that Scrabble is a game where the players are jumping around and scoring goals and catching touchdown passes. But I don't know if I would necessarily be able to be coherent right after a game like that and a tournament like that for Dave Koenig. So I think we can give him a pass. Hopefully he does come by to tell us a little bit about his experience and thoughts about some of those moves. But I get it, right? We'll give him a moment to decompress.
But counterpoint, Will, aren't you going to be the Greg Popovich of Scrabble?
was that? Wait. What is that? I'm sure I said that, but refresh my memory of what you're
Oh,
talking
no,
about.
you didn't say it. I'm just thinking about what you're saying. I'm like, for every athlete who has a tough time giving a post-game interview, there's always Greg Popovich.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the Greg Popoviches and there's like the Bill Belichick's of the world who once the game is over, he'll just be like, "We played bad. They played better. That's all I have to say," and walk off the podium.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's
Cool.
one way about it. So, I'm trying to do better than that at least when I'm playing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but yeah, definitely want to keep tabs and see what that other result was between Dave Wiegand and Josh Castellano. And basically, we will bide our time until the award ceremony comes up, and we'll watch the players across all divisions receive their due. So Scrabble Kate with an update, NWL Open. Joey Malik has to win the tourney, so we'll keep tabs on that as well. Lots of other divisions where, boy, I see the Collins Light is still up for grabs here. So it looks like in most of the divisions, things have come down right to the bitter end, which you love to see.
You do absolutely love to see it. And I can imagine, in the future, maybe having, I mean, this is years off, but y'all can help us make it happen, having multiple streams going on, right? We could hop to, like, say, one of the other divisions.
That's the dream.
Happen, right? Isn't that the dream?
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are many things that we can do even from here. It seems like the general sentiment on the stream production values has been uniformly positive, but there's even more we can do. Obviously, it's all contingent on continuing to cast our tournament world in a way that brings attention to our game, brings eyeballs to the Twitch channel, brings traffic to our website and mobile app, frankly. And I'll just take this time one last time as we wait for the award ceremony and potentially for Dave Koenig to stop by and talk. Just want to continue. This will be the last, but not only the last on this stream. Hopefully in the future, you'll hear many more plugs and other ads and stuff like this for this site, because part of it is that this is how we're going to grow the game. And that's for PlayScrabble.com, our sponsor for this event. $5,000 coming into the event, into tournament expenses, streaming equipment, and prize pools for the players, all courtesy of Scrabble.com and PlayScrabble.com and the Scrabble Go mobile app. So it's very, very exciting. What's that? What are we looking at?
Who's here? One of your best buddies, Will. One of your two biggest fans showed up finally at the end of the tournament.
At the end, who is that? Who is this? Truthmain?
Yeah, it is. That's who it is.
Yeah, he only missed 20 hours of previous coverage, so I understand there wasn't that much of a window to get on the stream here. But just kidding. All the love to Ebbett. But yeah, so again, huge shout out to our sponsors and helping to sort of raise the profile and production values of this already awesome event, the Crescent City Cup.
And I do see Dave coming over. So if he does in fact stop, please let us know if you have some questions for him. I'll take a few feet, step a few feet away. Hey, where do I sit? You can sit right here. I'll stand a few feet away.
Awesome. We got a winner's interview. Yeah, we'll just see if Dave. We'll just wait. Oh man, and Christian was ready with the tag too.
We got Dave here. Maybe change the name.
Yeah, no, it's the nameplate is up, and first and foremost, here we have our CSW champion, Dave Koenig. Dave, congratulations on an awesome performance. I'm not sure how many times that we got to watch you on stream, but it was a lot, and you gave us a great show throughout. Some really, really awesome Scrabble exhibited by you. Congratulations. How does it feel?
Thank you so much, Will. It feels amazing. I have to admit, I got teary just now in the battling up for the game. I've been struggling to try and win this tournament for a long time. Closest I came before was in 2015. I was in second place. And last time in person, 2 years ago in 2019, I was in first place with a sizable lead over the rest of the team that lost the last 6 in a row. So to finally break through and win it is just an incredible feeling. I know I was very lucky in the last game. I kind of drew the bag on Will, not Will, you Will in Austin, and he's beaten me a lot of times before in quarter games. I think he clinched the tournament in 2019 against me. So I feel like I guess I was overdue.
Yeah, I mean, we've butted heads. We've butted heads at this event before, and you know what? I've never won this event myself. It's not easy to win the Crescent City Cup, which you have done this year. So definitely a huge feather in your cap on your resume. Yeah, it was a real treat to watch you play. So, I mean, and frankly, it was quite the narrative for you too, just because there were a couple games that in that middle stretch that were absolutely brutal. Obviously, a big highlight on the stream that came at your expense was that triple that Rashid Balagun played against you, where we were really just like, that was a pretty unlucky situation for you. And those are the sorts of instances where, as you said, tournaments like this can unravel quickly. You can be doing well and then have a crushing loss that turns into a series of losses. But instead, those tough games, in that middle part of your tournament with those really unlucky breaks, you shrugged that off and you kept fighting. And now here you are as the winner.
Thank you so much, Will. Yeah, I mean, I was I think 3-0 on the stream on the first day and then 0-3 on the stream on the second day. And it was definitely the case that I played far from perfect even when I was winning. I think in all 3 of those stream games, I missed a crucial hook. Bio4 and a Cater, and then the most embarrassing Pigments I didn't even think of. I hope I didn't miss any bad hooks in the last couple games that were on stream here. I do feel like I'm kind of grateful for actually getting the coverage, both because it's awesome live coverage, good for the game, but also just give me an opportunity to see my play and your expert commentary and let me know something about what I'm missing and all that. So that's something I think is really cool. So thank you for doing this, Will. In terms of the game with Rashid, that was interesting. I really still don't think I necessarily made the wrong decision to put the W out there.
I agree.
It was the case that it scored 2 more points than playing off of the J, I guess it was, on the other side of the board, FAW there. And the thing about it was I'm up by about 90 after that play. And if I played it on the other side, it gave him like good 40, 50 point comebacks off of the J on that
Absolutely.
Situation.
Totally.
And it was going to be the case that like he would still be within like half of a bingo range after that play, very likely. So I didn't have a big enough lead that I could avoid playing the triple. And I felt like, or sort of avoid, like, say, like, I'm going to sacrifice equity and just give up because I'm afraid of the triple. I feel like it's not the time to be playing afraid. If I had a larger lead than I did at the time, I probably would have avoided putting the W in the triple lane. But also, he just turned over 6 tiles with Iconify. So I thought the chances of him having a really great rack at that point weren't that high, but it turned out he was perfectly poised for it. And I still think I was in the game for a while after that, but I had to chalk it up to it just wasn't my game to win. That was also the case against Wiegand. I had a couple games. I know one of them was on stream. He had a 600 against me in another one. And I just felt like the 2 games against Wiegand, I was never in the game. It's quite possible I missed some things, but I didn't feel bad about it. I just felt like, you have to sort of roll with the punches in a 20-game tournament. You're often going to have a bad stretch along the way.
Yeah, that attitude is, if you're going to play something like FAW, which I do agree with your rationale there 100%. Everything you said makes perfect sense to me. The only thing is you have to be ready that in those rare cases when your opponent has the goods and hits you super hard, you got to shrug it off and move on, which you clearly did as you are sitting here in the winner's circle right now. So I'm agreeing with that. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely, any thoughts in general about experience when being streamed versus playing on one of the lower boards? Is that something that ever goes into your mind, or are you experienced enough with being on stream that you can sort of compartmentalize that and not worry about it now?
At this point, I've been on stream enough times that I don't think it really phases me. I definitely feel like in the early going, I was a little more nervous and anxious. And I think it also makes a difference when the opponent has less experience on the screen than you do. They may be nervous and play worse, but I actually kind of like the pressure of it. I feel like it makes me want to step up my game and represent myself as well as possible. And I like the fact that eyes are on me, and I'm all for getting the criticism if I fail to make the best plays, but at the same time also getting the glory if I do the right things.
Mm-hmm. For sure. A question from Raw Jersey. What magic tea were you drinking, Mr. Koenig?
Actually, it's very funny you asked that because it was prescribed me by my doctor recently.
Oh, okay.
It's not an actual prescription thing, but it's actually a stress relief tea.
Okay.
It's got lemon balm and some other things in it. And I was just feeling a lot of stress, not during the tournament, but in pandemic life before this. And as a way of sort of dealing with that, calming myself down, I started taking this tea just a few weeks ago, and I did find it was sort of helping me. I'm also actually taking lavender oil now as well as a stress relief thing. And I made sure when I packed for this trip to bring my box of the stress relief tea with me and have a cup of it each night. And I was generally only having it at night. But actually, specifically going into this last day, I thought, you know what, I better bring a tea bag with me to the tournament site. And sure enough, I drank it right before that last round or during the last round. And I mean, I got big tiles anyway. I probably didn't need it, but I definitely felt like I was glad it was there.
Yeah, I mean, the pandemic is definitely adding more stress than any of us are used to. So having a little bit of an extra stress relief technique, not a bad idea, especially with Scrabble, which I'm pretty sure most of our audience was sweating along with you for a lot of these games, feeling your stress secondhand. But yeah, that's part of that incredible feeling that you must be enjoying right now that it's wrapped up and done with and you got the job done. So
and Austin is such a great player. I mean, he had beaten me twice earlier in the tournament, and to come back and beat him the last 2 rounds is just thrilling. I mean, I actually feel like one thing that I sort of use to measure my own success in Scrabble and feel good about it, the fact that I actually have a pretty close to an even record for my career against Austin. I'm not quite sure who has the winning record, but it's like super duper close.
Yeah, that's not
like
easy to achieve. So
yeah, so to be mano a mano with him and keep it level, I think is a really nice achievement because he's won this tournament before. He's an incredible player and so fun to play against.
Yeah, I have to say, in that first game, you made a couple plays that I thought were just phenomenal. In particular, your play of VERS. Did you guys talk about that after the game? That your play in that round 19 game really saved you some serious hurt right there, as Austin was ready to hit a pretty solid bingo and potentially take control of the game.
It was really interesting. So I felt like Versus played the 1 minute game. Like, it scored well, it blocked the lanes I needed to. It left a pretty good lead with what was unseen, and I ended up drawing into the bingo afterwards. And then that season and half of the situations, like, I don't have a spot for it, but he has to open a spot and give me a potential bingo. So part of it was I had only one consonant on my rack, or one vowel on my rack at the time. And prior to him playing Wuss, W-U-S, I was a little worried about how open the board was and how many bingo lines there were. And I was actually thinking about, before I had actually come up with Vers, I was thinking about actually just playing vertically down DORRS and actually burning the S for like no points there, simply to turn over 5 tiles with both blanks unseen.
Yep.
I thought it was really crucial to just dump all the tiles I could, race to those blanks. And if it's hard to say if like there's a console and the T there were still open, maybe that's something I would have done. But once he played Wuss, I'm like, the only way he's really going to bingo, unless he gets lucky and something fits to the L there, is in that lane where the V goes in Vers. And Vers scores really well. And at that point, like actually Doors actually would have just made it worse for me in terms of putting that R and S into open space. I'm not so worried about the S because it's kind of hard to get the S early in the word, but not in first position for a bingo. But the R is a bigger concern there. So I do think that Vers was better than Doors there, but in a different situation, if he played differently other than Wuss, I might have very well have played a DORRS.
Very interesting. Yeah, I think we concurred with basically all of that, and you even gave us more context for your rationale there, but it looked like a really clever play in a difficult situation that basically brought your winning chances in that game from up in the air to something close to 100. So that was really, really impressive. Just want to give an update to you and everyone watching on Twitch that it looks like Josh Castellano has defeated Dave Wiegand in round 20, which is going to mean that Dave Koenig is our winner. Of course, we already knew. Austin Shin will retain second place in the Collins Open. So, yeah. trying to think, just reaching into the memory banks, other interesting plays. I think we covered most of the big ones for you, but if you had did you have any other triumphs that maybe took place off stream? Any crazy words that you played that you want to share that were pivotal on your pathway to victory here?
Well, I kind of wish I brought my score sheets with me to review.
No worries.
I'm not sure I can remember and think about it.
Yeah, it's totally fine. I know the games can be a blur, so.
Yeah, it was a lot of games, and I did have some nice words, but I'm going to remember what was really fancy. It was on stream, not sure. I do know that one thing I think in that game 19 against Austin that I felt a little iffy about, I think you might have actually seen it if you looked closely at how I was moving my tiles around. I couldn't remember if it was spelled Dibley or Gilby.
Okay. All right. So we did get a question. We did get a question about this in the chat from Mind Games Incorporated about, because you had that spelled out on your rack, right? Like you had that word spelled out. And after Austin's play of Fetial, we were sure that you were going to play Ghibli to the I of Fetial. You had it spelled out, but we did suspect that maybe there was a word knowledge out there that led you to play Blight instead. And of course, it's obviously that crazy situation where he has a bingo through the A, right? Like that's the only situation where your play performs worse. Of course, he happened to have that money, play through the A.
Yeah, well, it's definitely the case that, I would have played Ghibli if I were more sure of it.
For sure.
Definitely a lot more window lanes there, and I was sort of just I guess in that case. But I also knew like there's the whole Studio Ghibli thing, so having to move the studio or something. And that's part of the problem. You have associations like that. You think like, oh, maybe I'm remembering that word from that. But
is it a proper noun? Right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I wasn't sure, but now I'll never forget Ghibli.
Yes, of course. So. Best way to learn a word, of course, is to have it come up in a situation like that. But another play that's being thrown out in the chat that we were just amazed. It was such a word. Like, I'm sure you discussed this with Austin after, but meadowed. Yeah. Did you discuss that with Austin?
Right here, right now. He and I were both shocked that Meadow was not here.
We saw that and immediately were like, oh man, if ever a phony word is going to stay on in this game, that's a great one to pick. So, yeah. So you both had no inkling that wasn't you trying to pull a fast one?
No, I wasn't 100% sure, obviously, but it seemed totally plausible to me, and it seemed worth trying. And at 5-point challenge, I'm only going to try it if I'm like 99% sure it's good. So I maybe not exactly 99, but something high 90s. So I really thought it wasn't working, and apparently Austin did too. And got away with it. It's funny. I only played 2 phonies in the whole tournament, as far as I know, and I got away with both of them. I had no words challenged off.
That's pretty impressive. A nice, clean balance sheet over the course of the tournament. That had to have helped a little bit, because obviously losing a challenge at a pivotal moment can always, torpedo a promising game. So, anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, was the other phony I played? I think it was Swiver. SWIVER was a 6, which it's only Wivers.
Okay, got it.
Not that interesting. I'm sure it's other interesting words, but they're not even telling me right now. But it's all of them. But
well, yeah, that's obviously getting through a 20-game tournament without losing a turn due to playing a phony is an impressive accomplishment in its own right. But to come away from the Crescent City Cup as the victor is an even more impressive accomplishment. So I think we'll let you get back to celebrating. But really appreciate you popping on. And again, congratulations. A lot of positivity coming your way from the Twitch chat right now. And well done. Great job, Dave.
Thanks. Yeah, so I see Austin is coming here. Austin, your turn.
Yeah, we can talk to Austin now, who, again, Austin was the winner here in 2020 and just barely came in second. I guess we'll just ask him if he knows that for sure. Once he gets his headphones on. There he is. Hey, Austin. Can you hear me?
Hey, Will.
Austin, first of all, amazing performance start to finish. Obviously, hurts to come up just short in the final game, but we saw a ton of you on stream and pretty amazing games that you gave us from start to finish. So congratulations on a really impressive performance. It's next to impossible to win this event. repeatedly, as you were the previous winner in 2020 and came an inch away from winning it again. So I know maybe it hurts a little, or how are you feeling right now?
I'm actually feeling okay. I feel like the last three games, probably based on the tiles, I was probably an underdog anyway. I probably would feel worse if I made like a huge error and lost one of the games or multiple games due to huge errors, basically. But yeah, I feel basically fine. I mean, I think there are a lot of other games that actually probably should have lost that I should have won.
Yeah, games 19 and 20 were pretty accurate from you, really. I mean, the only little tweaks that we would make are tweaks that we, in our position as commentators, could see that if you did some other play, it would block Dave's best play, right? Which you don't have that luxury over the board. So ultimately, there were really no plays that we felt like, oh, you should do this differently. It's this big mistake. So it's just how the tiles come out of the bag sometimes. And we just wanted to give you extra kudos just for juggling the fact that you are one of the key organizers and, directors of this event. And, to come so close to winning and even do as well as you have while juggling all of the organizational stuff that, I mean, I personally, for the first time, can see how hard you and the rest of your team, your wife, Lindsay, and mother-in-law, Lila, and everybody else is doing an incredible amount of work to actually run the event. And then to also play top-level Scrabble is quite amazing. So what is that like do you find that more difficult to juggle that stuff, or you're able to handle it all?
I think I'm generally able to handle it all. Once the tiles are on the board, then I don't really think about anything else apart from the game. Obviously, having to juggle both of these is a little bit of a distraction. But as soon as the last tile played, I'm thinking about the rest of the tournament that's going on, organization day anyway. But yeah, generally it's not a big deal to juggle both. It would be a lot more difficult if I was having to take director calls, but I don't have to do that, so it's not such a problem.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, a couple of things that we noticed from your games are you made a couple unbelievable comebacks, right? There was a game with Puneet Sharma where we were just in awe that you ended up winning that game despite being down huge. I mean, that had to have been a really good feeling to come away with a win there. And that was when things were kind of still hanging in the balance, right? Like you weren't that far clear of the field at that point. So that was a really important game to win. And I think a lot of players, I said it on the stream as part of my commentary, we know that for you, the catchphrase, scoring never stops. You're so good at finding those scoring plays that keep your score going up no matter what you draw. But I feel like it's almost more of a mindset than a play thing. I feel like it's more of a, no matter what the score is in this game, no matter how bleak things look, I am never going to stop coming for the win and try to steal it away. And I'm just wondering your thoughts on that general mindset. Is that something you feel is accurate?
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, the game's never ended until last time it's played, so there's always a chance to win no matter what. And also, there was another game that wasn't on stream. I played Josh Ciano. I was actually 162 down and like 7 points or something.
Oh God!
So that was off the stream. After at night time, I managed to score 250 points in the last 3 or 4 moves, and somehow managed to win. So yeah, it's been a bit of a theme, coming from behind and trying to steal victories wherever I can. And yeah, those games kind of add up after a while, and that's why I'm actually in the prizes and not outside the prizes at the moment. So yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah, it was really impressive to see a couple games like that. The Puneet one was foremost, but there were at least 1 or 2 other games where you just shrugged off an early deficit like it was nothing. And that is easier said than done, right? To play optimal, aggressive Scrabble when the game situation is sort of telling you to be demoralized. That's not easy to do. I think that's something that you do incredibly well. So just wanted to pass along those sentiments to you there. And obviously to just say that it seems from here that the tournament ran incredibly smoothly. I don't know if you had any thoughts on that, of the challenges of sort of organizing and running things, but it looked from where I'm sitting here in the commentary booth that it was a great experience for everybody involved.
Yeah, I think generally everything went as planned, or as well as it could have done. Again, I've got to say big shout out to Christian K for a great stream. And I see a lot of people on this Twitch channel right now watching. I mean, and even more so throughout the whole of the other tournament for other days. And organizationally, we've had fewer people at this tournament than previous years. But this year, crucially, we've got a lot of new players from who have just never played in tournament before. And I think almost 40% of our players at this tournament have never played at the Crescent City Cup before. So it's good to see new people coming here and new players in general. Just seeing Twitch channels like yours, for example, and getting involved in the game. It's a very good thing to see. But yeah, we're almost at the end, and we're getting close to the prize giving ceremony, which I'm sure you guys will see shortly. But yeah, everything has gone very well.
Yeah, it seemed that way. And to your point, we made mention of it a number of times. So cool to see the new blood, the fresh faces in the scene. It feels like a lot of our efforts are starting to bear fruit. And it was really, an honor to be involved with this event. And again, the sponsorship is something that I couldn't have imagined a better first event to sort of be involved with that. So anyway, could potentially let you get back to your organizing duties. I think probably the prize ceremony is bound to start relatively soon, and you need to collect your prize money and your accolades. So we'll let you go for now.
Okay, thanks, Will. Thanks to everyone on the stream. Thank you.
All right, gang. Austin Shin, our second place finisher and one of the organizers of the Crescent City Cup. Truly amazing to imagine playing Scrabble at that level while also doing all the stuff behind the scenes organizationally, as there we see the question mark. Okay, it's back to Conrad. So, all right. What do you think, Conrad?
Yeah, we said could get Josh Sokol on the stream if we wanted. He said he'd be willing to, but I think we are just waiting for one more game to finish before the award ceremony begins.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think it'll still be a little bit more time, and I'll just itch my nose, which defeats the purpose of having.
Cool. Maybe I think the best thing to do, I'm guessing, producer Christian, do you think it would be good to take a short break while we get everything in order for the prize ceremony, or do we want to? Okay, so I think what we're going to do now is sit tight. If you want to see all the players we've been watching over the last 3 days get their glory and accolades, including players from other divisions, we will be right back very soon with coverage of the prize ceremony from the Crescent City Cup in New Orleans, Louisiana. Don't go anywhere.
is the NWL Light Division. I know we mentioned this before, but we want to welcome all of our brand new players. There were 7 of you. Please come up. The top 2 high rating changes are going to get tiles. So the top 2 ratings of all the new people will get a set of tiles. So that's going to be Annette Overstad with a rating of 1556 and Jeffrey Moore with a rating of 1125. For their first tournament, just excellent results for both of them.
Thank you. Come around.
All of our other first-time participants, please come up and get a set of racks. 5 of you guys. Oh, I think Richard Sheet is not here. So. Thank you for participating and thanks for being here. And we hope to see you again in future tournaments.
Take your picture.
Aaron, good job. Annette needs to be there again.
Annette got tired.
You're not going to get it.
Hey, Cornel. Mask?
As you wish. Mask off. We want to see your face. Thank you.
Yes, our next award, speaking of Baltimore, is going to be awarded to the highest NWL player in either division with the biggest rating change. The prize here is a free entry into the national tournament coming up in July 2022. So the biggest change is 119 points, and that goes to Michael Baker. Congratulations, Michael.
I'm gonna have a big old smile if you take my mask off.
Yeah. I want to see that smile.
Okay, gotcha. And before I move on to other cash prizes, I just want to make a note that we are trying to minimize cash. I will be PayPaling and Venmoing you your rewards before I leave the venue today. So next up is High Win for Division B. This goes to Ralph Ireland for a win of 533 points. Come on up, take a picture.
You can take your mask off.
Our high loss goes to Cheryl Kagan, who lost with 429 points.
Close up, Judy? Did you do super close up?
Our next award is the High Play. We had 2 submissions at 167 points. So we're going to give this award to the person who will not win something else. And that goes to Brian Garnett. He's going to win a Scrabble mask. In 7th place, with a record of 12.8 plus 520, is Brian Summers. Come on up and win a dictionary. We will get him his dictionary. In 6th place, winning tile bag and a set of tiles is Sarah Waits with a record of 12.8 plus 767. Sarah's not here too. Okay. I'm sorry. Winning $120. Oh, I'm sorry. The B class prize. The second B class prize goes to Aaron Dyerson, winning $120 with a record of 11.9 plus 88 spread. Come on up. Class B prize is going to Elaine Livers, winning up $210 with a record of 11-9 plus 642. And in 5th place, winning $210 is Rashad Morali with a record of 13-7 plus 433. At 17 years old, great job, Rashad. In 4th place, winning $250 is Ferdinand Addo with a record of 13-7 plus 628. Congratulations.